Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, colleagues. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I will call the 15th meeting of the Executive Committee to order and welcome everyone, and of course welcome members of the public and some of our deputants and some of our city staff, of course, who are joining us as well today. The meeting is being held, I guess, for the second time using the city's WebEx technology with members and staff connecting by video conference or calling in. Because we're meeting remotely, we do ask for your patience with any delays or technical issues. And of course, members of the public can observe the meeting on YouTube at Toronto City Council Live. The clerk's staff, they have connected with all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed as well online by visiting the Executive Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I would like to request that staff keep their video turned off unless they need to speak or answer questions. This makes it easier for me as chair, but also for those watching on YouTube to observe the members of the Executive Committee as they participate in the debate on each item and during votes. If there are any members of council who are visiting us today who are not members of the Executive Committee, I would like to encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and so that I will give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. I'll do this in any event, even if I can't see you, but it just is easier if we can see you. And it also assists the clerk's staff in recording member attendance for the minutes of the meeting. I would ask that members and staff keep their microphones on mute unless you need to answer a question or speak. If any members do wish to speak on an item, please make sure your video is on and raise your hand, or unmute your mic and indicate your intention to speak, and I will create a speakers list as we normally do at an in-person meeting. We will vote by show of hands. We can have a recorded vote, of course, as requested, but we can vote by show of hands since there's a relatively small number of us. I would make sure that your video is turned on, obviously, because we can't see your hand unless you have the video turned on and raise your hand to indicate your vote. Members, I want to remind you that although the members of the committee are participating remotely, you still have to submit your motions in writing to the clerk. And the clerk staff are available by email at exc@toronto.ca. So that's exc@toronto.ca, and they're available as always to help with your motions. So those are the administrative details, and I will now proceed to offer the land acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge the land that we are meeting on, notwithstanding the remote nature of our meeting today, is on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. May I ask the members of the committee if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic. I see none, so we can move forward. I need next a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting of June 22nd, 2020, to confirm those minutes.
So moved, Thompson.
So moved by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favour? Show of hands, please. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So let's proceed with the rundown. And of course, as always, if you want to hold an item, please. Now I'm going to have to just get my. Here we are. My agenda. Thank you. We just to state your name and indicate a hold, and of course for registered speakers, I will indicate that the item is being held, and that does apply to item 15.1, the Eglinton East corridor. Where there are deputants, and I'll just give notice if I can, because there are some 18 deputants on this item. We want to proceed through this as expeditiously as we can. I've had a request from the deputant number 18, Anna Kim from the Scarborough Civic Action Network, has asked to speak first because of some sort of a personal conflict, and I normally try to accommodate that, and so Ms. Kim will actually speak first, and just so we can be ready, Ms. Navratanam and Miroslav Glavic will speak in the next two after that. So that's item 15.1. Sorry, let me just flip through here and get to the next. And 15.1a. 15.2, the Low Carbon Cities Canada Agreement between City of Toronto, Atmospheric Fund, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Hearing no one holding that, may I ask that somebody move the staff recommendations? Moved by
So
Deputy Mayor
by Councillor
Barlow.
Kingsley.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item EX 15.3, management, non-union employees, accountability officers, and elected officials benefit plans. We have no registered deputants on that. It's a report from the city manager and the chief people officer with recommendations from the two of them that are in the report. May I have someone moving the staff recommendations? Moved by Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. That then takes us to item 15, EX 15.4, remuneration and expenses of members of council and of council appointees to agencies, corporations, and other bodies for the year ended December 31st, 2019. The recommendation here is simply the report be received for information. Can I have someone to move that motion for receipt? Moved by Councillor Pasternak. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 15.5, innovative partnership for digital government platform.
Hold.
Being
Thompson.
held by, who did I hear, whose voice was that? Deputy Mayor?
Thompson.
Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you very much. Okay. Look at you there. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm walking, ready to go dancing.
Oh, good. Well, Deputy Mayor for the public had a hip replacement, so he says he's ready to go dancing. This is a very optimistic report, and I'm happy to hear it. EX 15.6, adjustment to capital budget carry forward funding and future year commitments. It's a report from the Chief Financial Officer with recommendations to carry forward funding from unspent projects. And
I can move that.
Pardon me?
I'll move that.
Being moved by the budget chief, is there, I don't see anybody, I see members of council visiting and so on, but I assume they'll speak up if they want. All right, it's been moved that the staff recommendations be approved. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 15.7, the capital variance report for the 5 months ended May 31st, 2020. Again, a report coming from the chief financial officer and treasurer, approving the in-year budget adjustments for the 10-year capital plan, which has no notes here, no incremental impact on debt financing. Anybody want to hold that? Otherwise, the budget chief will move approval of the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Then we go to the next item, item 15, EX 15.8, the operating variance report for the 5 months ended May 31st. And I think I'm right, we don't have any depths on that. Does anybody wish to hold that? Okay, then I'll have the budget chief, if he will, move the staff recommendations.
I'll move that.
Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Then we go next to item 15.9, the annual report on the city's loan and loan guarantee portfolio. Again, a report coming from the chief financial officer, which recommends renewal of a number of these different loans and guarantees. Anybody wish to hold that? Okay.
Thompson.
Deputy Mayor Thompson wants to hold it or move it?
Wants to hold.
Okay, thanks, Deputy Mayor.
And 10, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon me?
And 10 as well.
Okay, item 15.10 then will be held. It's the report of the investment report for 2019 and the 3-month period ending March 31st, also held by Deputy Mayor Thompson. And then we go to item 15, EX 15.11, obligatory reserve funds, deferred revenues, reserves, and council-directed reserve funds reports for May 31st, 2020. This is a recommendation from the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer that the report be received for information. Can I have a mover of that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Crawford. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 15.12, amendment to purchase order 470-21814, an extension of the agreement with the Greater Toronto Hotel Association for the collection of the municipal accommodation tax hotel. And this is granting authority to renew the agreement for an additional year, effective April 2020 to March 31st, 2021. Anybody?
Moved by Thompson.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 15.13, the Parks, Forestry and Recreation 2019 year-end capital budget and capital plan adjustments flowing therefrom, and there's a series of recommendations with respect to reallocations and deferrals and accelerations here. There are no deputations. Does someone wish to move this report? Moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. item 15.14. I have a technical amendment to move on this, so we'll have to hold that down.
Mr.
I
Mayor,
guess actually we could, yes, I have it right here. It's item, it's 15.1A, is that's the one, isn't it? No, it's 15.14, there it is. 15.14, technical amendment, and it just changes the date, members of the committee, to November the 16th, we'll show it here on the screen, to November the 16th, 2020, the meeting date of the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee. So it changes it in 4 or 5 different places through the motion, otherwise the motion is unchanged. So I would move that amendment, and if there's nobody wanting to hold this down or ask questions, move the recommendation as well as amended. But first we'll vote on the amendments if I can. Just get back to seeing the members of the committee. There we go. So I have moved the amendment to change the date to November 16th, 2020. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So that disposes of that and moves us along to EX 15.15, options for assistive remote participation to improve accessibility. That is not the subject of any listed speakers, so it's coming from the Accessibility Advisory Committee, a recommendation to request the city manager to review options for allowing remote participation by Accessibility Advisory Committee members. Can I have someone to move that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 15.16, applying an accessibility lens to improve access and inclusion in the city budget and other processes. And I have no listed speakers on that, and it's coming again from the Accessibility Advisory Committee to direct the city manager to ensure that people are consulted with disabilities prior to decisions related to service cuts and related matters. Moved by Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 15.17, and this is a letter from the chair of the police board to be received here from concerning the establishment of a community police office in Lawrence Heights, so that there's just a receipt of this. And is there somebody just moving to wish to move receipt? Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item EX 15.18 is being held for deputations, for a deputation. Item EX 15.19 is being held for a deputation. And then we get to item EX 15.20, soft drink sponsorship agreement. I don't know if there's anybody wanting to speak. Somebody, is that being held by someone?
Thompson?
Moving it or holding it?
Hold.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, held by Deputy Mayor Thompson. And I have some instructions re confidentiality to come on that. And then that brings us to item 15.21, EX 15.21, impact of Bill 197 on meeting rules, and that is being held for deputations. So I think that's the rundown, and I think what we can now do then is revert back to item EX 15.1, the Eglinton East corridor. And if I'm not mistaken...
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's Denzelman and Wong. Could you advise us when you're suggesting we take a break today? Is it 12:30 or 1 o'clock or?
Well, here's what I'd like to do, just given the nature of the business that's left. I would suggest that we sort of maybe, why don't we have a little discussion about that maybe at, say, 11:30 or 12. And if we're doing really well, I would probably propose that we keep going if we're going to finish, in a short time after that, because we've got we've got the 18 deputations, which obviously will take 90 minutes times 5 and plus questions. So I think that's going to take a chunk of the morning. But then I think we should see how we're doing at noon and either take a break if you wish, and I'm in your hands, I don't care, or not. And so why don't shall we agree maybe we'll discuss that at 12 o'clock and see where we are? Is that okay with you, or do you want to know now?
That's fine.
I don't think we're going to finish by 12:30, but I'm not trying to be a pessimist about this. I just think if you have an hour and a half of deputations we know of, plus speaking on that item and so forth, that's going to take some time. And so I just think it's unrealistic to think we'll be finished at 12:30, but we could be finished at 1:30. I don't know. So why don't we review it at, let's say 11:30, because that'll give a little bit of latitude if you want to take a break earlier or later than normal. Is that okay?
Yeah, I just have to bring my computer downtown. I'm having some technical problems. I need to find some space to do that, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I think we have a yes, we have a presentation first on the EX 15.1 by staff on the priority bus lanes, Eglinton East Corridor. And so let's have that presentation. We will then have the deputations, and then we'll take questions on everything. Well, we can obviously question the deputants as we go through, but we can have questions of staff after that so that we've heard from the deputants. And so let's proceed with the presentation. Who is clerk? Who's doing the presentation now? Who are we expecting that hasn't yet appeared on the screen here? Nobody?
Hi, it's Stephanie Samard from the TTC. I'll be doing a portion of the presentation. Just will the slides come up or?
Okay. Because we can there we go. Okay. Is it Barbara herself that is doing the presentation, leading it, or Barbara Gray? Are you there, Barbara?
Hi there, here I am. Actually, Mr. Mayor and members of the executive committee, Stephanie is going to be doing the first part, which covers the TTC portion, and then Matt Davis from Transportation will be talking about Eglinton Timeline and Jane Street.
Okay, so off we go. Stephanie, if you're in the driver's seat, then you're in the driver's seat. Thank you.
I am. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Next slide, please. So today we'll be, Matt and I will be talking about the TTC's 5-year service plan. We'll give some details on the Eglinton East Corridor, talk a little bit about our plans for monitoring, consultation, highlight Jane Street, and then conclude with some next steps. Next slide, please. So as you may be aware, last December, TTC presented the 5-year service plan and 10-year outlook to the TTC board. The plan identified a 20-point action plan, including Action 4.1, which was to explore bus transit lanes. In that plan, 5 corridors were identified: Eglinton East, Dufferin, Jane Street, Steeles West, Finch East. Lawrence East was also added by way of some TTC board motions as an additional corridor for consideration. And the report that the TTC presented to its board on July 14th presented the prioritization of these 5 corridors and an accelerated implementation timeline. Next slide. On the screen here, you see an image of bus departure loads across the city from the week of June 8th. As we know, the COVID-19 crisis has shown that the TTC is vital to hundreds of thousands of customers who use our services to travel to essential destinations, including grocery stores, pharmacies, healthcare facilities, and employment. Many of our customers are essential frontline workers without access to a car. Today, the TTC continues to provide service to hundreds of thousands of customers daily, accessing many businesses and activities that have reopened. As the city reopens, ridership has started to increase. We've grown from a low of 14% revenue rides to approximately 26% as of July 4th. And from a boardings perspective, bus customers have relied on our services the most. Bus activity is now just under 40% of pre-COVID levels compared to 22% of subway. It is probable that during the recovery period, traffic congestion will worsen compared to pre-COVID conditions, as transit passengers may opt to use private vehicles to travel within the city in order to physically distance from others. Surface transit, as we know, plays a critical role in Toronto, and we must enhance its attractiveness to ensure it provides a viable alternative to other modes. A key initiative to achieve this is the implementation of bus transit lanes, which will provide our customers with a safe, reliable, and fast service. Next slide, please. So the bus lane project has one overarching objective: to move large volumes of customers safely, reliably, and swiftly across Toronto. We have 6 supporting objectives. We want it to be a tactical transit improvement. This allows the city and TTC to try out new ideas relatively quickly at a minimal cost. The bus lanes will be safe, feasible, and simple to implement. We want to provide real improvements to customers immediately, and this includes improving bus reliability, speed, and capacity for a better customer experience. The bus lane should also advance equity initiatives, improve transit speed, and advance other strategic documents and action plans that have been approved by City Council. Next slide. Keeping the target outcomes in mind, the city and TTC conducted a preliminary assessment of all 5 corridors. The assessment was based on a number of factors, including assessing the existing transit operations, what would be the ease of implementing bus lanes on these corridors. We also reviewed existing traffic conditions. We looked at safety, such as collision, history data and Vision Zero initiatives. We looked at equity, so neighborhood improvement areas, as well as the poverty reduction strategy, as well as making an overall assessment of what the transit benefits and road network impacts would be on by implementing a bus lane. So next slide. So as a result of that evaluation, the following prioritization plan was developed that you see on the screen. And I do want to highlight that we had been planning for implementation of priority A and B starting next year in the spring of 2021. However, as a result of a TTC board motion where we were requested to fast track the program, of the 2 scheduled corridors, we were able to accelerate both by 6 months. So Eglinton East corridor has been identified as priority A, and we are planning for implementation this fall in 2020, followed by Jane Street in the spring of 2021. Priority corridor C, which you see Dufferin, Finch, Steeles, and Lawrence, they will be reviewed as part of the Surface Transit Network implementation study, along with other corridors found in the update to the city's official plan, Map 5, which shows enhanced surface transit network. This study is being led by Transportation Services in collaboration with City Planning and TTC, and it will provide the foundation and governance framework for planning and developing priority measures within the City of Toronto, and Matt will provide more details later on in the presentation, but it's planned to be presented to City Council in the fall of 2020. Next slide, please. So when we examine the benefits, really the case for priority bus lanes on Eglinton East is clear. It's a quick, easy way to have immediate improvements for our customers. Converting an existing HOV lane and general purpose lane with red paint and signage results in better service delivered faster and cheaper. It's really a quick way to start improving service now for our customers. The one-time cost of the program is approximately $7.8 million. The bus lanes will improve the speed and reliability of service for our existing 56,000 customers who use the corridor daily. We anticipate that on average, the bus lane will save between 2 to 5 minutes per trip. For regular customers who rely on this service daily, that equates to 16 to 40 hours of time saved a year. At the high end, it's equivalent to having to not go to work for a week or having extra time with your family. From a business perspective, the travel time savings result in operating cost savings for the TTC, and that's equivalent to $2.5 million per year, and a one-time capital cost savings equivalent to $6.3 million. These savings create opportunities for the TTC, opportunities to reinvest in the corridor as ridership increases or reallocate to other areas of the city where it's needed. In comparison, for auto users, we conducted a high-level modeling analysis, and results indicate that there are no significant increases in traffic delay. There are a few bottlenecks that have been identified, and we will conduct detailed analysis through the design work that's ongoing. We know that the bus lanes will improve access for our customers, allowing them to travel further in the same amount of time. This corridor serves 7 of 8 neighborhood improvement areas in the Scarborough area and advances the poverty reduction strategy. It also advances a number of strategic documents and action plans, Transform TO, the resilience strategy, the list goes on. I also just want to highlight a couple of COVID-related benefits. From a public health perspective, it reduces the risk of exposure for people who have the fewest travel choices. And from an economic perspective, we know that a strong economic recovery is dependent on an efficient transit system, and these bus lanes will help us achieve that. Next slide, and I'll pass it over to Matt.
The numbers. And what we're looking at there is the assessment. We keep hearing about preliminary assessment. So these are some of the high-level results that came out of that analysis. So generally, the analysis yields promising results that align with the overall project objectives. As you can see, a number of Scarborough NIAs directly benefit. And so we're trying to serve our vulnerable populations in a better way. The bus lanes reduce transit travel time, making the service more reliable for current customers and more attractive for new customers currently using cars and other travel modes. And it should be noted that even a small shift from auto to transit can reduce auto traffic along the corridor, helping us to deal with congestion management and help TTC at the fare box. As you can see, there's a measure called cumulative delay, and it's the sum of the delays cars experience at each intersection along the corridor in each direction. This measure and other measures that we have indicate minimal impacts to auto traffic with the curb lane converted to bus-only operations. Of course, we also allow bicycles in the lane as well. Potential traffic bottlenecks were identified along the corridor in our preliminary work, and they'll be addressed through refined analysis and detailed design. The main bottleneck that you all may be aware of is the area around Kingston, Lawrence, and Morningside. Given the geometry, it provides a bit of a challenge, but we will work on it, and there are some things we can do. Note as well that this preliminary analysis did not consider transit signal priority. So that's the type of traffic signal work that allows buses to get an advanced signal or an advanced green. We believe that once this is included into the work, it would further improve performance for autos and transit traversing the corridor. Next slide, please. So just to introduce you to the concept design, the following highlights the elements of the plan. So as you can see, we've approached this with a better, faster, and cheaper mindset. We're currently in the conceptual design stage, and we're proceeding with the work that entails the following items. We're looking at stop consolidation to speed up service and mimic the opposed Eglinton East LRT stops. We have bus lane signs and surface treatments like red paint and markings. I'll show you that on another slide. But these will be provided to complete the bus lane design elements. We will consider physical separation at areas, and this is all under design, but it's to aid compliance and reduce potential areas of conflict between transit vehicles and other vehicles. So this could look like flexible bollards or raised curbs, but given that we're in the conceptual design phase, we'll be able to obtain that feedback from paramedics, fire, and police services to inform that decision and that design. As I mentioned before, traffic signal timings are still being developed, and they will be reviewed and updated to support the revised road design once we arrive at that point. TTC and I believe the city will also be working together on a comprehensive marketing and branding campaign to promote the changes in the communities the bus lanes will serve. And future public realm improvements will be made as well. Once we get the transit moving, I think it'll become more attractive. I think that's the thought. So we'll want to make it beautiful and more inviting for passengers. Next slide, please. So this slide gives a sort of a graphical overview of some of the things I mentioned earlier. So it's a conceptual cross-section and plan view for the section of Eglinton Avenue east of Brimley Road. We've also provided some proposed signage in the upper right-hand corner. While design details are currently being developed, we anticipate that red surface treatment would be applied to pavement along the curb lanes with breaks or intermittent gaps at mid-block unsignalized intersections or major property accesses. Bus lane signs, lane markings, line markings, pavement text, and diamond symbols would also be provided to complete the bus lane design elements. physical separation, again, will be considered to aid in compliance and reduce conflict between vehicles. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So these are some examples of bus lanes, and they actually are pretty common across the GTA. It's found in other municipalities, and the reason it's used is because studies have shown higher compliance rates for motorists when red paint is applied versus other treatments. It's visible, and it provides a clear message to motorists. San Francisco provides it as example. So according to an article in the Washington Post dated January 4th of this year, their transit agency indicated that the red lanes along their 3rd Street corridor cut the number of drivers violating transit lanes by 48 to 55%, depending on the time of day, even as the street saw more car traffic. So with a robust data collection and monitoring program in place, the Eglinton East Corridor provides a unique opportunity for us to study the impact of red bus lanes in Toronto and inform our deployment of surface transit priority measures moving forward. Next slide. So the next slide shows our data monitoring and collection program. So we're developing a monitoring plan to collect, assemble, and analyze traffic and transit data after installation of the priority bus lane on the Eglinton East Corridor. Examples of these metrics include transit travel time, rush hour demands, and ridership. In addition, the city and TTC will also be monitoring motor vehicle travel time and travel volumes for motor vehicles, cyclists, and pedestrians. The corridor will also be monitored for safety for all road users. The data collection and monitoring program will include data sources such as TTC vehicle location data and video-based data collection consisting of 360-degree cameras and video analytics units mounted in traffic signal cabinets. Next slide. So this is the current Eglinton East Accelerated Implementation Plan schedule. And as you can see, we've been working on this throughout, earlier than this, but throughout the year. And we do intend on delivering this in the fall, October, November of this year. Next slide. So just for Jane Street, so just want to mention that Jane Street in our rankings ranked almost as high, if not as high as Eglinton. And again, there's the reports that you all have seen or will see sort of flush out the way we've arrived at those results. But we wanted to talk about this because Jane is actually underway as we speak. So the current phases for implementation, we're developing goals in the prioritization plan for the 5 corridors. That's, as you know, that's already completed. We're already in the middle of evaluating corridor designs, selecting a preferred design, and consulting the public. We're looking to develop that process. And then, of course, as you saw with the Eglinton East work, we're looking towards implementation and monitoring. And then for Jane, we're looking at a spring 2021 deployment. Next slide. So what you see is the Jane schedule. And as I mentioned before, preliminary work on the corridor is already underway. So this just reflects the path that I mentioned earlier towards deploying the bus lanes by June of 2021. Next slide. I'll turn this back over to Stephanie to talk about some consultation that has been already underway by TTC. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I just wanted to spend a minute or two highlighting the extensive consultation that was completed as part of the TTC's 5-year service plan. Over the last year in preparation of that plan, we had over 3,000 respondents to 3 online public surveys, 60+ representatives of stakeholder groups and advocates that participated in our meetings, and 3,000+ members of the public that engaged at 7 public open houses. The summary of the feedback, there was strong support for transit priority on busy corridors, asking us to implement more aggressive transit actions in the suburbs, preference for exclusive bus lanes, and that everyone supported the plan that we presented very much so. And I just want to highlight that the consultation doesn't end there. As part of this study, we will continue the consultation. We're preparing a flyer for mail out to residents along the Eglinton East corridor to inform them of the plan. We are also going to be having an online survey and another stakeholder meeting as part of the TTC's 2021 annual service plan process that will happen in August. So there will be many more opportunities for people to engage and provide feedback during this process. Next slide. Just
Yeah,
to conclude, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I
Okay.
was unmuting myself. So sorry, and my video. Okay. So as Stephanie mentioned, the more consultation is forthcoming. So there's consultation on the service concept, and that'll be conducted in August as part of TTC's annual service plan process. And as Stephanie mentioned, notice of the project will be distributed to the residents and businesses also during that time. As fall approaches, we're looking to review and consolidate plans by the city and TTC to identify new opportunities for transit corridors. And this comes in the way of our surface transit network implementation study. And there's been a lot of talk about that, and we can answer some questions on that if needed, but there's a timeline for the remaining 3 corridors in Lawrence East that's been discussed as priority C, but those works will be undertaken as well as others in the surface transit network implementation study. And as well, there also will be customer and stakeholder consultation activities for Jane Street upcoming, as we do intend to deliver in spring of 2021. And in December, we'll report back to the board and the city council with a recommended design and detailed implementation plan for Jane Street. Next slide. And that's the conclusion of our presentation. We thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And what I think we generally do is leave questions of staff, and that's you and perhaps other staff, until we've had the deputation, so that we can then ask questions with all of that information in our heads, including the deputations. And so with the concurrence of the committee, we'll do that, which is my normal practice as chair. So we'll move to hear the deputations, and then we will have questions of staff, which includes being able to ask them about things the deputants may have said to us. So if everybody's agreeable, we'll move on to that. And we would then move to our first speaker by request, which is Anna Kim, who is Anna Kim from the Scarborough Civic Action Network, who's asked to speak first. Ms. Kim, is Ms. Kim available to us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you have 5 minutes, and there may be some questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good morning, Executive Committee members. My name is Anna Kim, and I'm the coordinator of SCAN, the Scarborough Civic Action Network, which is a nonpartisan network that aims to build and empower communities across Scarborough through civic engagement activities that address inequities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. SCAN believes that it is critical for community members to have a voice in issues and decisions affecting our lives, particularly those whose lives are impacted by inequities. Through widespread engagement of residents across Scarborough, including Malvern, Chesterlee, Dorset Park, Mornell Court, Woburn, Scarborough Village, Kingston Galloway, Oakridge, Milliken, Steeles Lamoureux, and more, SCAN is aware that public transit is a long-standing equity issue for Scarborough residents. Through our community engagement, we know there is no shortage of things we need to improve upon when it comes to public transit, including bus service, which has been a priority issue identified by communities across the region for many years. Many communities across Scarborough rely on TTC buses as their primary mode of transportation. Buses form not only the backbone, but also a significant portion of the skeletal framework that makes up our public transit system here in Scarborough. Prior to the COVID-19 public health emergency, residents here at Scarborough consistently voiced the need for better bus service. Transit riders have routinely complained about long wait times for buses, long trips and commutes, unreliable schedules, and crowded and stressful conditions on buses. Residents across Scarborough are also painfully aware of the need for rapid transit infrastructure development. Many promises have been made over the last 30 years, and it's now 2020, and not one of those promises has yet to be fulfilled. The Eglinton Crosstown is not due to be completed until well into 2022. The Scarborough subway extension is nowhere on the immediate horizon, and the SRT is beyond its lifespan. Scarborough residents have also consistently voiced the need to make transit more affordable. For many, taking public transit is a real cost decision. Scarborough transit riders also travel extensive distances, often with fewer or less frequent public transit options, and often unreliable service compared to their downtown counterparts. And so they are not able to get as much mileage out of the 2-hour transfer, which was intended as a transit equity measure. And with the onset of COVID-19, many people in Scarborough have continued to take the bus, often having to wait as multiple buses pass them by, owing to distancing measures or at times even riding crowded buses. Transit inequity is an ongoing daily reality for many Scarborough TTC riders. As we move to recovery and reopening, SCAN greatly welcomes the approval of priority bus lanes for the Eglinton East Corridor as part of the bus lane implementation plan. This is a big win for Scarborough and an important step for improving bus service throughout the region. This has seen widespread support from all across Scarborough, including community agencies, grassroots groups, institutions like Centennial College, and organizations like the Scarborough Business Association. SCAN encourages our City Council to leverage this opportunity to do more faster to improve bus service throughout Scarborough. And to that end, we urge you to allocate more resources to allow staff to report back much sooner than December 2020 on accelerating their remaining transit priority corridors on Jane, Steeles West, Finch East, Dufferin, and Lawrence. Speed up the study so we can implement the approved bus-only lanes faster. We know active TO got rolled out in about 2 months, and we would like to see similar timelines for bus-only lanes. Bus-only lanes are critical for heavily used busy routes like Finch Avenue East, which has the busiest bus route in the city, carrying, according to pre-COVID-19 data, almost 55,000 people every day in order to enable frequent and reliable service. Second, we urge you to allocate resources to allow staff to study other busy routes in Scarborough, to look at how we can move buses much faster on Markham Road, Shepherd Avenue East, and other busy and crowded routes. Finally, we urge you to ensure more buses are available for transit riders in Scarborough. Scarborough needs more buses to deal with overcrowding and physical distancing measures. We hope emergency funding from the federal and provincial governments will be dedicated to increasing bus service throughout Scarborough and other parts of Toronto like Etobicoke that are highly dependent on buses. We hope you will put steps into motion that will ensure the rights and needs of thousands of TTC bus riders in Scarborough are recognized through measures that have real impact in our everyday lives, including decent, dignified, and effective bus service. We all know transit improvements for Scarborough are long overdue. We encourage you to take real steps to make better bus service a reality for Scarborough TTC riders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim. Are there any questions of the deputy? All right, seeing none, I will thank you very much for your deputation, and we will go to the next scheduled speaker, which is Kethi Sakumaran Navaratnam.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Kethi Sakumaran Navaratnam, and I live in Malvern, Scarborough. Access to decent transit is a determinant of health, and Malvern and Scarborough are in desperate need of public transportation upgrades. The numbers speak volumes. For my part of the city, look at the youth population, unemployment, COVID-19 rates, pedestrian deaths, bus delays. What else is required to convince you that improved and integrated transit planning is long overdue for our communities? It is only by decreasing commute times and increasing the frequency of buses that you can help prevent the spread of COVID-19 on transit and also increase ridership. Bus lane should not be used as political pork barrel. Members, you must know that bus lanes are more than transit justice. It is economic justice. It is intergenerational justice. It is racial justice, environmental justice, climate justice, and the list goes on. If you really want to build a prosperous and equitable city, then investment in youth is critical, and transit is the critical enabler towards achieving that goal. Malvern has a youth population that is 3% higher than the city average. Yet our communities have been deprived of decent access to transit for far too long. By depriving transit-thirsty communities like Malvern, cycles of poverty, unemployment, and instability will continue unabated. For far too long, people in our communities are risking their lives in part due to inadequate transit. The Rouge neighborhood neighboring the Malvern has seen 55 COVID deaths. I know that I will be back on public transit once things get back to normal. What should be a pleasant ride as I board a bus in Malvern is anything but. When 20 minutes into my 50-minute ride to the Finch station, the bus is already overcrowded and we are forced to be packed in like sardines. The overcrowding and bus delays have been detrimental to the quality of life that I long for. Inequities in transit have been magnified by the pandemic, and you can no longer turn a blind eye to this reality. I am extremely disappointed by the lack of any sense of urgency in implementing bus lanes in our city. And I question your historical decisions to prioritize certain public transportation projects. Like the pandemic, transit needs a comprehensive and coordinated approach. However, it seems that the city is resorting to a piecemeal approach which does nothing to address the critical problem of overcrowding on many of the bus routes in Scarborough. When you say not now to a bus lane on Finch Avenue East, or maybe later to a bus lane on Lawrence East, you are sending the message that some people just don't matter as much as others. And one bus lane in your backyard does little to solve the problem. We need to be bold in our action. Prioritizing public infrastructure spending in the way in which you have only confirms that the politics of privilege is alive and well in our city. In response to the pandemic, many cities are bringing in bus-only lanes. I will request that City Council take notice of your Canadian and international counterparts and be similarly bold in implementing all proposed lanes without delay. Bus lanes are quick to implement and are the most cost-effective measure to address overcrowding and delays. I will die 4 years sooner than my contemporaries living in the wealthiest neighborhoods. And the death rate is 28% higher in the poorest neighborhoods versus the most affluent communities. Please use your position and power to make a positive impact on the social determinants of health by promoting equity in public transportation planning. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for this deputant? Seeing none, I will thank you, and we'll go to the next. I'll just give notice. We've got Miroslav Glavic next, and then Austin Jaffrey. If Mr. Jaffrey can be ready. And Miroslav Glavic, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and you have 5 minutes, and we thank you for being here, and 5 minutes are yours.
I support the Eglinton bus lane plans. I live just southeast of Markham Road in Eglinton. Taking the Eglinton buses every day is 4, 5, 6 times. It's a nightmare. I wouldn't wish to my worst enemy taking the Eglinton bus lane. Eglinton is an important bus corridor for a lot of people, including when they go to work, when they go shopping, when they go along their lives. How many of you actually take transit? I wish some of you would take the Eglinton bus service for a whole week, and then you're going to see what the constituents of Councillor Thompson, Ainsley, and Crawford have to go through every single day. Please input this and not just cancel it when the next election comes, because every single time there's an election, all these plans get canceled. Implemented right now. It's going to help a lot of your constituents, a lot of people in Scarborough. Even when Councillor Carroll wants to visit Scarborough, you all should visit Scarborough, Eglinton. People take it every day, and Finch is also another one, but Eglinton is more busy. Just sit around in any intersection and see how much traffic it gets, you know? Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Glavic. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, we will then move to Austin Jaffrey, to be followed by Nico Kasunkad. Mr. Jaffrey, are you present?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So my name is Austin Jaffrey. I'm a full-time post-secondary student, and I work 2 part-time jobs, and I rely on the TTC to take me to my jobs, placement, school, and errands. So I live in Scarborough, Guildwood, and I've lived in Scarborough my entire life. So thanks for the news about Eglinton, but Finch is one of the last routes on the list. Finch East is the busiest bus corridor in Toronto, with almost 55,000 customer trips per day pre-COVID. I've taken Finch East for 8 years. 4 of those were going from Finch Station to the end of the 39A route to Malvern. I've compared the time savings multiple times between the 939 Finch Express and the 39A and B local. The time savings were only a few minutes and sometimes nothing at all. Express buses were often playing tag with the local buses or barely ahead of the local buses, barely any difference. Why? Because of heavy traffic from cars and other vehicles causing Finch to be stuck in peak hours. The worst areas for traffic are around Midland and Finch, Kennedy, and Warden. Victoria Park to Don Mills crossing the 404 was a disaster as the bus would crawl from Seneca to Vic Park. The worst is from Bayview to Finch Station and vice versa. I recall during peak times, it would take up to 20 minutes just from Yonge Street to Bayview with the traffic, when at night it would only take 4 minutes. The excess traffic causes buses to fall behind schedules, leaving passengers waiting longer, resulting in more crowds at bus stops, and trust me, fights to try and squeeze on the bus. I've seen fights happen so many times because if you don't push your way in the bus, you'll have to wait much longer for the next one. So y'all want to talk about equity. In an article from The Star, I quote from John Stapleton's report, even though Northern Scarborough has 7 of the poorest of Toronto's 140 neighborhoods, not one has an NIA designation. Not Malvern, which is the 9th poorest and that I've grown up in, neither Agincourt North, Agincourt South, Malvern West, nor Lamoureux. A bus lane on Finch would help these neighborhoods such as Malvern, considering that, especially that's the terminus for the 39 Finch East route. It will help residents in Agincourt North and Lamoureux as well reach jobs faster, vital to the economic recovery of COVID. So I want to talk about Lawrence East. I call it 54A COVID East to Star Spray Boulevard. We know in Scarborough the 54 is often crowded. It carries over 33,000 passengers per day. I take this route frequently for the past 3 years. I often wait half hour for 3 buses to show up. Riders east of Lawrence RT station have to wait longer as buses come in packs of 3. During COVID, every 54 I got on was packed from front to back. If you care about equity, please don't use the equity word unless you actually mean action. Speed up the bus lanes as this route has been atrocious for years. Speed it up as it covers many NIAs such as Victoria Village, Dorset Park, Mornell Court, Woburn, and Kingston Galloway. So in conclusion, I urge you to speed up the implementation of bus lanes on Finch and Lawrence and in Scarborough. Your current plan is too slow. Stop dragging your feet. You know Scarborough has been neglected for years for decent transit with corrupt politicians always changing the plan, leaving the most marginalized folks on crowded buses. Start to fix this by speeding up the bus lane and getting it done faster. Vulnerable transit users cannot wait. We cannot wait while you all have the privilege of using your car. A reminder that privilege is the means to not care about something because it doesn't affect you personally. Oh, and I want to finish. For the counselor who made that comment about is using a car the safest way to travel, let me remind you that many frontline workers, actually many people, especially in Scarborough, cannot afford a car, and we have no choice but to get on the COVID sardine can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaffrey. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay. We will then go to the next deputant with thanks to Mr. Jaffrey. Nico Kassenkad, to be followed by William Pham. So, Mr. Kassenkad.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nico Kassenkad, and I'm a 23-year-old planner and researcher living in Ward 9, Davenport. Every day, I rely on using public transit, cycling, and walking to get around the city. These alternative modes of transportation are an affordable way to get around the city in a city that is increasingly expensive to live in. Many people are being pushed out to inner suburban neighborhoods because they can't afford to live in a city with access to decent public transit. I'm speaking here today because we need our city to provide more efficient and reliable transit services for those who are relying on buses. As a TTC user, I'm concerned for the state of our bus system network, and especially on Dufferin Street in Toronto's West End. I live near the Dufferin and St. Clair intersection, which are 2 important corridors for residents in the ward and adjacent neighborhoods to get to the subway or streetcar. A major bus route along that intersection is Dufferin 29 bus, which is one of the busiest routes in the city. I try my best to avoid the bus and street because it's always noisy, busy, and crowded. I take a different bus route altogether to avoid taking that bus because I always feel so uncomfortable and barely enjoy the poor road infrastructure. The street environment of Dufferin Street is very unpleasant because of speeding cars driving by or the smell of exhaust fumes of cars waiting for a green light at an intersection. I always have to stand in the bus because there are hardly any seats available, and I often see people miss the bus because it's at full capacity and they can't board any more people. It would be amazing to see Dufferin Street one day become a world-class transit corridor that prioritizes efficient and reliable transit. However, 2022 is too far from now to implement bus-only lanes, and Torontonians deserve better bus services. It will be very important for the city to use a social justice and equity lens when planning for better bus services. The city must ensure proper public engagement and seek input from Black, people of color, low income, and other equity-seeking groups who use buses to get around. The health and well-being of TTC users should be a priority of the city because it will be extremely difficult for people to maintain physical distance, which may lead to potential COVID-19 clusters. Implementing bus-only lanes as soon as possible along Dufferin Street will also greatly benefit TTC users, pedestrians, cyclists, and automobile drivers because they will lead to faster travel times and less crowding on buses. I also hope the implementation of bus-only lanes will improve road infrastructure and help create a pleasant public realm with more seating, protection from cars, and beautification for TTC bus stops. Many cities have bus lanes and have been proven effective for reducing travel times, increasing ridership, and reducing collisions and accidents. Bus lanes mean that buses don't slow down cars each time they stop to pick up or drop off passengers. Bus lanes also make faster and more reliable, which encourages more people to take public transit instead of driving and can reduce congestion in our city. As Stage 3 reopens the city, I will continue to support and request for more bus-only lanes and better bus service as more riders return to TTC. I hope the committee and city council will work towards improving bus services to ensure the fast track of implementation of bus lanes on Dufferin and main corridors such as Eglinton, Finch, Steeles, and Lawrence as soon as possible. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Kasenkad. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we will go to the next deputant, William Pham, and then followed by Eli Aaron from the Toronto Youth Cabinet. So, Mr. Pham, are you present with us?
Yes.
Okay, well,
good morning.
You should begin your deputation. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is William Pham, and I'm a grade 10 student at Earl Hike Secondary School in Willowdale, Ward 18. 50% of youth in the city rely on public transit to go to school, work, or to hang out with friends. And with schools set to resume across the city in September, these numbers will not change. As businesses start to reopen, it is quite clear that increased and better service is required to continue moving people while adhering to physical distancing measures. While bus lanes along Eglinton East is a step in the right direction, it is increasingly clear that bus lanes on all the priority corridors need to be implemented as soon as possible to ensure safety, efficiency, and mobility for all, especially during this pandemic. Along the 5 key priority corridors, there are over 16 middle schools, 13 secondary schools, and 3 post-secondary institutions. And among the public elementary and secondary schools, over 15,000 students will be taking buses on these corridors to go to and from school, equating to over 30,000 trips per day. These buses are often overcrowded, sparse, and delayed. When I went to middle school, I took the 39 bus along the Finch East corridor daily. Close your eyes and imagine this. 200 pre-pubescent teens rushing onto a crowded bus like cattle at exactly 3 o'clock. The bus you enter is jam-packed. All you feel around you is heat and sweat. Instead of breathing air, you'd be breathing someone else's BO. It's rush hour, and the bus you're stuck in is stuck in kilometers of traffic. Not just from cars, but buses along Steeles diverting onto Finch. Open your eyes. This was daily before the pandemic. How can we keep our COVID-19 curve flattened if this will inevitably be the case? Buses becoming overcrowded again. The story of overcrowding is not in any way unique. In fact, it's a story you'll probably hear from every single high school, middle school user of public transit. In fact, I would ask members of this committee to go outside and experience the BO, buses, for themselves. This pandemic is far from over. Especially where I live, a lot of children live in multi-generational households, and this risks the infection and deaths of many. I have a friend who uses public transit along the Finch corridor and whose mom battled cancer. And a crowded bus in the midst of a pandemic can put her life severely at risk. All the recommended bus lanes need to be implemented now. Resuming normal service on our buses is a public health disaster waiting to happen. Next year, my younger brother will be going to middle school and will need to take the bus because, like most people, my parents will return to work. How can my family and community feel safe if our buses are jam-packed? When I read the report that the Eglinton East Transit Corridor was the only lane to be implemented by September, I was disappointed. And Jane would be implemented by 2021, and the other 4, well, the report says, oh, 2022 and beyond, amazing. Well, as a cynical teen, I read this as, we'll get Eglinton East and Jane done, but continue pushing the other 4 back forever, and eventually say, oh, well, we don't have the money. Not only are these bus lanes too little, too late for a system that is overcrowded, but we're in the midst of a global pandemic. These bus lanes can mean life or death for vulnerable people in our community. You all have the power and responsibility to better the commutes of thousands and ensure communities can feel safe during this pandemic. As we reopen, we risk a disastrous second wave, as seen in Australia and the United States, potentially seeing more of our loved ones succumb to this disease. Public transit is a necessity. People need to move. My peers and I rely on buses to go to work, to go to recreational activities, and most importantly, to go to school. These bus lanes need to be implemented now, not in the next century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pham. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, we'll thank you very much, and we'll move on to Eli Aaron, followed by Aman Ali Ladak. So that's the next 2. Eli Aaron, Toronto Youth Cabinet, you're next. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. So we'll just reset the clock, and you have 5 minutes, and thank you very much for being here.
Perfect, thank you. The Toronto Youth Cabinet strongly supports the implementation of bus lanes in Toronto. We are excited to see the Eglinton East Corridor is accelerated to this fall, and the Jane Corridor is planned for the spring. We continue to support any measures that can further accelerate the installation of bus lanes on these busy transit routes. Buses carry roughly half of all trips taken on the TTC. Low-income TTC customers use the bus for a greater proportion of trips than other adult customers. Ridership figures since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic have shown bus passengers' dependence on public transit. Even during a pandemic, there are many people in our city who have no choice but to continue using transit. While many of the TTC's suburban bus routes provide excellent frequency, unreliable travel times and unpredictable wait times for passengers are a result of operating high-frequency and high ridership routes on congested roadways. Targeting improvements to areas underserved by the rapid transit network will improve the commutes of low-income suburban transit customers. Dedicating road space to buses can expand the capacity and enhance the efficiency of Toronto's transportation network. The Poverty Reduction Strategy recommends improving the reliability of suburban transit routes and prioritizing surface transit. That is exactly what this plan will accomplish. The bus lane implementation plan will dramatically improve bus service and the commutes of those who rely on it. The plan will also make transit a more attractive option to those who would consider using it more often if it was faster and more reliable. Eglinton East, the first corridor proposed for bus lanes, has the potential to improve transit access in 7 of 8 Scarborough neighborhood improvement areas. It will also enhance access to the University of Toronto Scarborough campus and several local high schools. In Scarborough, roughly half of youth rely on transit as their main mode of transportation. Improved reliability and faster travel times will increase access to opportunities. Enforcement of the dedicated bus lanes will also be key to the success of this project. Bus lanes result in efficiencies. Dedicated lanes reduce trip times for buses, allowing the TTC to maintain frequency with fewer vehicles. It is estimated this will result in savings of $2.5 million a year and future capital savings of $6.5 million. With a construction cost of $7.8 million, the TTC could quickly realize net savings. the surplus of buses during rush hour when the fleet is most constrained, and the potential for financial savings can be used on this corridor and others across the network to improve frequency and reduce crowding. With the addition of the Jane bus lanes in 2021, the first 2 corridors to be rolled out within a year will improve transit service in 14 of Toronto's 31 neighborhood improvement areas. The bus lane implementation plan will result in improved reliability and faster travel times for transit customers. It will provide the opportunity to increase service within the existing budget and focus resources on equity-seeking neighborhoods. The Toronto Youth Cabinet supports Toronto's bus lane implementation plan and efforts to accelerate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aaron. Are there any questions of the deputy? Okay, hearing none, I will thank you very much. We will move next to Aman Ali Ladak and then followed by Susan Wakutz. So, Mr. Ladak, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. You can proceed. Let me just stop the clock, reset it here, and you have 5 minutes, and we thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Amani Lagak, and I am speaking to you today regarding the Eglinton East bus lanes. I understand the city's priority is to increase rapid transit service, if I'm not mistaken. But what is the point of putting bus lanes in areas where it's not needed? For example, Eglinton East. Going to UFT, we have express buses. UFT students, Centennial students, all use the 905. That only stops at major intersections. What good is spending $7.8 million putting a single lane just for a bus that's not going to improve any time? What time is it going to cut if it's only stopping in major intersection? What you need to do is, instead of putting it eastbound on Eglinton, implement a bus lane westbound. Westbound on Eglinton towards Eglinton Station. I have seen every day that the 34 going towards Eglinton is always stuck in major traffic because of construction. Now, if there are tons of people relying on the TTC every day to get to their destination, you should think that if we're going to implement a bus lane, you should be looking at what good is it wherever you're putting it. For Eglinton East, there's no point in doing it. It's a waste of $7.8 million to construct one lane that's not going to cut any service reductions. You should be putting one on Eglinton going westbound and on Lawrence. Now, Deputy Mayor Thompson knows what I'm talking about regarding Lawrence East. With the high school of David and Mary Thompson and Bendale now merged, we all rely on the 54. And at exactly 3:10, 1,500 students rush out of the school to the bus stop. Sometimes a lot of us don't get on. Why? Because there's not enough room. There are hardly any buses implemented on that route. You should be implementing bus lanes that way so you can improve frequency of those buses, allowing more students to travel in between their homes and getting to school. And during this pandemic, if you are going to reduce bus service, what good is that? If you're going to be overcrowding buses, what good is the bus lane? Before you implement a bus lane, you should be looking at the future of what can we do to first increase service. Increase service where it's most needed. That way, passengers are not waiting for I don't know, half an hour for each bus, rather than implementing a bus lane that's just not going to cut any delays. If you want to implement a bus lane, first look at what can you do to increase service. That's what I am asking from the city. Look into how you can increase transit service rather than looking into what can be done just to cut the delay. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, on that note, we will move to the next one with thanks. Susan Wakutz, Bryan Village Association, followed by Fraser Zenwert. Ms. Wakutz?
Okay, good morning, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Committee. My name is Susan Wakutz, and I am speaking on behalf of the Bryan Village Association. We are the community that runs along Shepherd Avenue from that stretch where the Don Mills Station ends and Line 4 ends and Victoria Park Avenue. And I'd just like to start by making a point of clarification, and that is that on February 25th, the TTC board did not approve a study for bus enhancements on Shepherd Avenue East, as today's motion from Councillor Carroll is suggesting, and to state otherwise is a stretch. What was approved on February the 25th, it was a study to determine if a need existed for transit enhancements. And then the second portion of that motion related to an approval for supporting the community consultation, some information that was related to further consultation. So these reports that were ordered, then the community consultations, they really need to be completed before any consideration should be given to today's motion regarding Shepherd Avenue. We're still waiting for these reports. We haven't seen them. And so you can't have any meaningful community consultation without having that sort of information. And I'd also just like to remind you that there is another city project that you may not have had a reason to connect to this motion today, but its success actually hinges on any decisions that you may make regarding the motion. So it's called the Consumers Next Business Park, and I'm sure, Mayor Tory, I'm sure you're aware of it. It's a very unique business park at the crossroads of the highways, 401, 404, Don Valley Parkway, and Shepherd Avenue East. It is the gateway to access it. The redevelopment began in 2015. Transformation is really well underway. And this business park, it's going to accommodate 13,500 more jobs. And yes, we are seeing considerable increased congestion at that gateway into it right now. You know, that does mean more cars are going to be coming in, but it's not so much about privilege of owning a car. It's because these are car commuters coming from, you know, Newmarket, Oakville, Ajax. I mean, that's the whole idea. We're diverting traffic from the downtown core and we're getting them on to Shepherd. So yeah, there's congestion, but there is a provincial plan currently in place for a subway, and we all believe that is the right transit solution for Shepherd, at least up to that Kennedy Road spot. And from the Bryan Village Association standpoint, working with the province to advance the subway start date, and that is something that should be prioritized over advancing a dedicated bus lane during or through this stretch. So any vote today that interferes with the Shepherd Avenue at its highway access points, you know, it's also a vote today to make that business park a failure. So I'm just going to ask you, please, today, do not include Shepherd Avenue East on the city's plan for dedicated bus lanes. And instead, please support Councillor Lay's motion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just sent an email to ask questions.
Please go ahead. It's probably I think you can just wave your hand probably because there are not many members here, so I can see everybody. But that's fine. Thank you for the email, and please go ahead and ask your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Susan. It's Shelley here.
Hi, Shelley.
I think there may be some confusion about the motion. You're quite correct that all we adopted at the TTC last fall was that there be a study as to whether or not there was a need to have an enhanced bus lane, given the length of time it will be before there's a subway in Premier Ford's plan. You'll agree that that's all we asked them to look at back in the fall, right?
No, like I have a whole different interpretation, to be quite honest, in terms of what's happening in this situation, and if you'd like, I can express what that is.
Well, yeah, I maybe this is where the confusion originates. If you could clarify for me what you think TTC adopted. I shouldn't say last fall. It was this winter just before COVID. What is it you think has been adopted?
Well, I just want to go back, and you need to just get your head around that whole February 25th motion, sort of
I
keeping it
moved
together
so
here.
that's why I'm wondering what you think we moved.
I'm going to suggest, it's my belief, really at the core of this is this continuous boxing match between LRT and subway. And the only thing that's really changed is that LRT is now being replaced with a code word dedicated bus lane, so as to get the infrastructure in place. So, I mean, I don't think everybody has the February 25th motion in front of them right now. But to be able to walk through it, and I can do that now, or, you know, other people can do it. But I think if you looked at it from the lens that I just described, and then if you ask yourself, you know, in the consultation component that you'd attach to it, where you're suggesting that there's a list for be considered of options in the interim, if you keep in the back of your mind that there is no mention there of advancing the subway start date. There's none whatsoever, and yet that is what, even before those reports that talk about all the quantitative data and everything to get our head around and understand what the actual situation is going to be about related to what's going to happen along Shepherd Avenue. You know, what is the situation going to be? The fact that we've now moved from an LRT, we now have a plan for a subway, and
That's
that
right.
subway has been delayed for 20 years, and we need to get our head around the scope of it, and then we need to have some discussions, and it's at that point, after we understand what the implications are, because if there is serious implications and we're going to be way beyond capacity, then we can use that data, and we can use that to go to the province, and possibly we can get them to advance the start date. That would be great, because we need that subway. So this motion that has been constructed on February the 25th, you know, I see this as a way of laying down the tracks for a dedicated bus lane and that being pushed through. The studies that were asked for were all about getting our head around and having meaningful community consultation and not having it with a small group that was selected who are not even from the area that the majority were selected on the other side of where they have a Shepherd subway. So the communities that today will be speaking, they're going to be the communities that are seriously affected. And particularly with that business part, because city staff have worked for the last 5 years protecting that commercial zoning. They've been doing an excellent job in terms of the secondary plan, reinforcing everything on it, and it's really shaping up nice, and it means more cars. And so we got to balance it out. This community says, let's look at the data and what is the right mix, because we have to accommodate both cars and we have to accommodate TTC riders in the appropriate mix for what's happening in the future. So you did not approve the bus enhancements on Shepherd Avenue East. It was
we did not.
List of that's right. And what I'm saying is today's motion makes it appear as if that was approved, and that Shepherd should now be pushed onto a list of dedicated bus lanes to be studied further. And we are so far off from that. I mean, that's like stretching an elastic band to the point it's going to break.
Okay, so I think
Final
I now
question.
understand. Thank you for that clarification. My final question is this: is it clear to you that what that motion says, and if it isn't, I'll speak to it so that I can help you to understand that. What that motion asks staff to do is not to add this to a list of bus enhancements. All that motion asks staff to do is the report that was asked for come forward at the same time as a report about some other streets. Is it clear to you that there is no approval to add this to a list of bus enhancements today? That is not happening today. Is that clear to you?
What is clear to me is that this is a premature decision, that the community consultation, appropriate community consultation, after we get the data, is the time where we have these discussions. We don't start those discussions until the right people have been consulted.
Exactly what this motion asks to happen. I'll speak to it later so that hopefully it'll be more clear
Thank
to you.
Both Councillor Carroll and the Deputant. Any other questions of the Deputant? Okay. Thank you so much. We will move on then to Fraser Zenwert, to be followed by Ash Mata. Fraser Zenwert, are you present with us?
I am.
Fraser Zenwert, are you there? Is that Fraser Zenwert?
Yep, I'm there.
Good. You have 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
All right. So good morning. Hope you're all doing well today. My name is Fraser Zenwert. I'm a community member and TTC rider from Ward 12, and I'm grateful for this chance to speak to you today. I'd like to speak in favor of an expedited implementation of bus lanes and improving service as a response to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, so that we can keep our students and essential workers safe. I'm asking that this committee not only implement the recommendations as far as the Eglinton East bus lanes are concerned, but also take emergency measures to improve the reliability and safety of service on the Priority B and Priority C corridors prior to completion of the finalized plan. So let's start by thinking about our current situation, where we have a transit system that was already struggling before the COVID crisis due to systematic underfunding from all levels of government. Now, this is part of a larger problem in which the City of Toronto, its citizens, and our needs are not taken seriously by the provincial and federal governments. So while the city has come under fire for some of its irresponsible spending recently, a lot of our problems here do stem from horrendous underfunding and not just inefficiency in our own budget. Frankly, the city really hasn't been forceful enough in demanding that Toronto's taxpayers get our money's worth. And hopefully the financial ruin that we face from this crisis will be a wake-up call. We are the economic engine of Canada, and we need to properly leverage that status to get what we need to keep it running. So right now, we're stuck to make do with what little we have. And when it comes to public transit, that means we've especially got to focus on our bus network, which is the backbone of the system, especially for students and essential workers. If we're serious about opening schools in September, which is already a risky proposition, then we need to make sure that we're not packing our kids into crammed buses and sitting them in traffic for egregious lengths of time to contract COVID-19. Similarly, even as the worst of the first wave has subsided, our essential workers have had to ride dangerously crowded buses, especially on routes 35 Jane and 39 Finch East. They've also served as vectors for the virus. So I hope we all recognize the importance of relieving crowding and ensuring safety of those who keep our world running. But not only is it important to fix problems after the fact, we have to actually be proactive and get out in front of the problems that will flare up with the second wave this fall. And what that means is expediting priority bus lanes and making better use of our existing fleet, even if it's a makeshift emergency measure. So while we do need to push forward with street design and add buses to the fleet in the coming years, we need to actually have something in place as soon as possible this fall when things begin to quote unquote return to normal. That means we need to maybe consider if it's as simple as putting like a painted line on the road, very cheap, do that, because we really need to get our bus service working reliably. New York and San Francisco, they've already added bus lanes as an emergency response to the pandemic. So if the TTC really is the best transit system in North America, then we need to at least catch up to our competition. Now, some of your colleagues on the TTC board really had trouble understanding this, so I want to be clear. When you improve bus service by reducing the runtime on a route, you automatically increase frequency and capacity, thus reducing crowding, even when the number of buses stays the same. This was one of the findings of San Francisco's bus lane implementation, where reliability improved by 25% and collisions declined by 16%. So this is not just a measure for TTC riders, this also helps our drivers. Certainly fleet size is an ongoing issue, So we're going to have to tap into the TTC's reserve of spare buses, which figures at 27%, meaning roughly for every 4 buses we have in service, we have 1 just sitting in the garage doing nothing. Since that'll demand more cleaning, we'll probably need to hire more workers, even if on a temporary basis. Luckily, I guess, we're facing some of the worst unemployment numbers since the Great Depression, so that shouldn't be especially hard. And if anyone here needs more explanation of how to optimize our existing bus fleet, I'm happy to field some questions. But the main point is this: our communities desperately need your help, and they need it now. In the long run, yes, we need to get more buses in the fleet. We need to make permanent bus lanes fit into the street design. But this pandemic does not care about how the streets look. It doesn't care about who's underfunding who, and it is too late to hum, haw, and dither. You found more money for the police to wear body cams, even though that won't help us with the pandemic. Now it's time to do what is needed to keep our workers safe. Because if you don't, the virus will hit us harder than ever this fall, and our community's blood will be on your hands. Thanks for your time.
Thanks very much. Any questions of the deputant? Okay, thank you so much. We would move then to Ash Mata, and after that would be Lou Israel. Ash Mata, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, so you can please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Tory and the Executive Committee for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Ash Mata, a Pleasant View community resident and Bryan Village Association supporter. I support the issues and concerns raised by Councillor Min and Wong at the July 14 TTC board meeting regarding dedicated bus lane implementation and the impact on vehicular traffic. Dedicated bus lanes on Shepherd East were not requested by the local community to be part of the TTC service plan. At the July 14th TTC board meeting motion, it appears to be a way to prematurely get such a lane into the plan and bypass consultation with the affected communities. As such, I oppose this. Furthermore, I previously objected to the Shepherd bus lane concept at the February TTC board meeting and as a member of the Don Valley North Connects group, DVNC, created by Councillor Carroll. Though DVNC was identified as a community group, it didn't adequately represent the neighborhoods most affected by current Shepherd East congestion issues. The primary area of congestion on Shepherd is the 2 kilometers east from Don Mills to Victoria Park, which run adjacent to the Pleasant View community. This congestion arises from being at the DVP 401 interchange, the Consumers Road Business Park, increasing condo development, and the location of Fairview Mall, one of the city's busiest, right off of the DVP ramps. Yet most of the DVNC attendees live west of Don Mills, already had a subway, and would not be meaningfully impacted by losing a lane of traffic. The Pleasant View community, which is the key neighborhood affected, was underrepresented at DVNC meetings, with only 10 to 15% of the approximately 25 meeting attendees being from our community. As such, our community undertook a survey, and the majority of respondents opposed the dedicated bus lane and instead favored finding a way to advance the Shepherd East subway extension date forward. And the Agincourt community, which resides outside of Ward 17 and would also be affected, was not represented. Yet, it was the DVNC support for further study of the idea of an HOV dedicated bus lane that was used as the basis for the motion at the February TTC board meeting. The February motion included requests to confirm with Metrolinx and study the impact of the lack of higher order transit on Shepherd East, and to determine if there is a need for interim solutions on Shepherd East, including a dedicated bus and HOV lane similar to Don Mills, which is actually a rush hour HOV lane, and even that would be an issue on that stretch of Shepherd. So it started out in the February motion as a broader impact and data study, appears to have fallen by the wayside and morphed into a fait accompli request to include a dedicated 24/7 bus lane on Shepherd in the TTC 5-year service plan. Members of our community expressed opposition and concerns about a Shepherd bus lane and shared suggestions to help address current congestion, both in a meeting with the councillor and in my February deputation. It appears they've yet to be considered. One of the many concerns is that there are 8 traffic lights in the 2-kilometer stretch from Don Mills to Victoria Park. So removing a lane of car traffic would make already bad congestion, particularly at rush hour, even worse. Our suggestions to address congestion dealt with items such as signal light and turn lane issues in that 2-kilometer stretch, which currently result in a backup of traffic and blocked lanes. In closing, please do not allow a dedicated bus lane on Shepherd to proceed or be incorporated into the TTC 5-year service plan without the necessary consultation with the impacted neighborhoods, and instead consider alternative suggestions as a start. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions? Councillor Carroll has a question for you.
Thanks. Yeah, similar question, Ash, that I asked Susan earlier. I think I understand your deputation is very helpful because you do point out that the study was, the reason we asked for that study of both Metrolinx and TTC was only so that they could look at whether or not we needed an interim solution. It was the until the subway plan, in other words. I think I see the confusion now. In looking at the motion, there isn't a motion here asking that this lane be added to the 5-year plan. All I'm asking is that the priority C bus lanes are going to be further studied, and because there's more time, they will be consulted. All this motion contemplates is making sure that the study that's already been requested for Shepherd Avenue East come forward to be the study be delivered to the TTC at the same time as those priority C studies, and consultation will follow. Is that unclear in the motion? Is that where the problem originates here?
Well, I think I guess for me, I don't see the need to have it made as part of priority C, because the request was to already have that report be brought forward in Q4 of 2020. So I don't see the need to find a way to dovetail it with the 5-year service plan requests.
So you've now made me the confusion even more clear. What I think I just heard you say was that this motion is asking for it to become a part of priority C. I'm not even asking for that, because the study may say that a priority bus lane is not even necessary here. I'm not asking that. This motion does not ask that it become a part of priority C. It simply asks that, since there was only 1 quarter between one report and the other, that the reports come at the same time, and the TTC will have the opportunity to decide then. The community will have an opportunity to be consulted, and you'll be able to deputize. The motion does not make Shepherd Avenue East a priority C line at this time. Is that not clear?
No, and I guess that's the crux. We as a member of this resident of this neighborhood, I guess I don't see it the same way you do.
So if it gives any comfort, just so you know, at the TTC, that was very clear to staff. I did not move a motion to make Shepherd Avenue East a priority C route. So I wish we'd had that conversation before the meeting, but I think when I speak later on, it will be made more clear, both to executive, which is very important, and to staff present today.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you for the opportunity to answer, and I just wanted to reaffirm the concern is a particular 2-kilometer stretch and a lane being taken away from there.
Correct. Right. Yeah. That's why it needs further study. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll, and thank you to the deputant. If there are no other questions of this deputant, we would move on to Lou Israel. Now, we have one line we're going to unmute, which is unidentified. We don't see Lou Israel shown as having called in. Mr. Israel, are you there? Lou Israel, I'll call one more time. Lou Israel, are you present? Okay, we'll assume not. Thea Haller would be next, followed by Patricia Sinclair. Thea Haller, are you present?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much. You have 5 minutes, and we welcome you, and you can start right now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My name is Sarah, and I'm a member of the Henry Farm Community Interest Association Executive. I'm making this deputation representing our community. Our community objects, after discussing the proposed dedicated bus lanes from Leslie to Kennedy at our June executive meeting, we did decide to make a unanimous decision to oppose installation of the dedicated bus lanes in the corridor. So our community objects to the introduction of the dedicated bus high occupancy vehicle lane on Shepherd Avenue from Leslie to Kennedy Road, and including the study, this part of the study as part of the high priority bus lanes that was not identified as part of a 5-year plan for Toronto TTC. The Henry Farm Community Association is the resident association for the Henry Farm community. Henry Farm is over 1,100 families, has over 1,100 families in its catchment area and borders Shepherd Avenue East. At the February 25th meeting, the TTC passed the following motion: direct staff to study and report back on a dedicated bus lane along Shepherd Avenue East between Leslie and the Oriole Go and Agincourt Go. At the July 14, a further motion was passed that the Shepherd Avenue East study for bus enhancements, including the possibility of dedicated lanes between the Shepherd Avenue and Agincourt Go station, be brought into alignment with the projects referred to as Priority C and be reported back at the same time. Introduction of dedicated bus lanes on Shepherd Avenue on top of a subway corridor will have a significant impact on our community, as the Don Mills subway is the end of the Shepherd subway line. It currently feeds an extensive TTC and GO bus network. In a traffic study conducted by LEA Consulting on behalf of the HFCIA, the Henry Farm Community Interest Association, in April of 2014, found intersections at Don Mills and Shepherd and Highway 404 and Shepherd were over capacity. This study was done before there was even a partial completion of the over 20,000 new condo units that are expected to be built along the Shepherd corridor between Bayview and Victoria Park. The development along the subway corridor between Bayview and Victoria Park, assuming the assumption of 1.1 cars per condo, will add 22,000 cars to the existing congested roadway. We are concerned that taking away an existing roadway lane each way on Shepherd Avenue for a dedicated bus lane would create more congestion on Shepherd Avenue and result in traffic infiltration to surrounding neighborhoods. Furthermore, Shepherd Avenue is the main overflow artery for traffic when there are problems or closures on Highway 401 or the 404 Don Valley Parkway. We are also concerned that by attaching this study to an existing 5-year plan for dedicated bus lanes will result in insufficient consultation of the communities affected and lack in-depth analysis of consequences of traffic and impact on surrounding neighborhoods. Rushing to remove roadway lanes on a subway corridor that adds more cars to existing roadways through intensified new condo development does not make any sense. For the reasons mentioned above, the HFCIA believes any study to add dedicated bus lanes on Shepherd Avenue would be a waste of time and money and should not go ahead. However, if the Toronto City Council and TTC wishes to proceed with the study applying the same deadlines as the Priority C projects of the TTC bus lane study should be removed. The study needs more time to analyze the effect on traffic congestion and more time for community consultation. Thank you, and we look forward to your response. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. And are there questions coming from Councillor Carroll for this deputy? Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, my apologies, Mr. Mayor, to Executive Committee. I'm just unsure whether each deputant is hearing the questions and answers of the last because they're phoning in. Hi, Thea, it's Shelley here.
Hi, Shelley.
I don't know if you heard my questions to ask. There seems to be some confusion here. The study that was already requested at the TTC, does moving that it be reported back, in similar timelines to the other studies for priority C lines, does not add it to priority C right now, would require further consultation, and really only changes its deadline by a couple of months. Because the priority C within the report that executive is looking at today are all lines that have similar challenges to the ones we have on Shepherd Avenue. And so all of them need further study and further consultation before we would implement them. I'm simply saying to staff, if you're looking at these considerations, align the timing, but I am reserving judgment. I don't want to add it to priority C projects right now because I don't know if it would work. Is it clear, or is there some confusion in the motion that makes people think I'm trying to get it into that priority?
No, because no, it's clear now because you did indicate that. But at the very beginning, when all of this was altered with the association and all of this deposition was written up, it was not made clear. So yes, we appreciate that there will be further consultation and that it is not part of Schedule C. But the other points that we made, such as the intensification of condo units and so on, I think those are valid points to be considered moving forward.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Ms. Haller. If there are any no further questions of the deputy, we would move then to Patricia Sinclair, followed by Jamal Myers. So those are the next two. Patricia Sinclair, are you with us?
Yes, good morning. I'm here to speak specifically for the Shepherd Avenue East bus lane. However, as someone who's transit dependent, I feel that bus lanes in the right places done sympathetically with the vehicle traffic are great. However, better management of the bus scheduling wouldn't go amiss. Free flowing of the buses, turning back empty buses, traveling in convoys, which we regularly see even on a Sunday in perfect weather and road conditions. You could allow them to leapfrog. They could stop picking up and go express to their end destination simply by dropping off passengers who need to get off. And I have a particular issue with some of these people who've come on and said that COVID buses are packed. I have regularly, daily used since March going to work and back. Finch, Don Mills, Shepherd, Kennedy, the Young Subway, they haven't been packed. So I don't know what time these people are traveling. I just do the regular work hours. However, getting back to Shepherd, as anyone familiar with the area knows, this corridor is highly congested. The main intersections along this official avenue corridor are already over capacity, and the roadway acts as a relief line for the Highway 401 whenever bottlenecks, accidents, or construction occur. If the roadway lanes are reduced from 3 to 2 on Shepherd between Don Mills and Kennedy as proposed, the negative impact on congestion, the viability of area businesses, and the access of residents to their homes would be horrendous. As you know, the province has earmarked Shepherd for higher order rapid transit, the Shepherd Subway Extension, and through the Get Ontario Moving Act, Section 46(1), Shepherd is a sole responsibility project, and in Section 46(2), the City of Toronto is prohibited from mucking about on this route. The province reaffirmed its commitment to the Shepherd Subway Extension in the 2019 budget. Responsible mayor and city council should be able to understand the importance of the Shepherd subway line from the Pearson International Airport to the Scarborough Town Centre, particularly as real estate makes up a heavy and growing share of Canada's national wealth. In Toronto, you can see that wealth when driving along the 401, which is North America's busiest highway, particularly along the Shepherd subway stub. With the Ford government Better Transit Faster Act keen to build transit-oriented communities so people have the opportunity to work, play, and live near transit so they don't have to rely upon having a car, and to maximize the benefits of investing in transit, we should be prioritizing this line and help contribute to our economic recovery, not wasting valuable resources to create a worse situation. How many studies and taxpayers' dollars have already been spent on Shepherd Avenue East? How much more money is our City Council prepared to waste? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of this deputy? Okay, then hearing none, we'll move on to next is Jamal Myers from TD Bank Group, followed by Priyan De Silva. So Jamal Myers, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, well, it's your turn to speak and you have 5 minutes, and thank you for coming.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Tory and members of the Executive Council. My name is Jamal Myers and I'm a Scarborough resident and organizer with Scarborough Transit Action. I'd like to start off by thanking the Scarborough Civic Action Network for spearheading the Right to Ride campaign in Scarborough and for the TTC board for approving bus-only lanes along Eglinton East. That being said, I'm here today to express my deep frustration with the Mayor and the Executive Council for your refusal to accelerate bus-only lanes along Jane, Field West, Finch East, and Dufferin, and to not allocate any resources to studying the possibility of bus-only lanes along Lawrence East, Shepherd East, and Markham Road. Decisions like this result in working people, students, the elderly, single-parent families, the poor, and people with mobility issues being forced to ride crowded buses in Scarborough during a pandemic that has so far infected 14,956 residents of our city and killed 1,126 of them. The most frustrating part of today is that it didn't have to be this way. For 10 years, politicians have been coming to Scarborough promising rapid transit, and for 10 years, they've delivered nothing. Make no mistake that your decision to continue delivering nothing is a political one. Consider that when City Council wanted to build the $4 billion one-stop Scarborough subway, whose ballooning cost effectively defunded building badly needed rapid transit along the exact route of the proposed Eglinton East bus corridor, the city raised $1.237 billion through a Scarborough subway levy. Now that the province has agreed to pay for the Scarborough subway, are you seriously expecting Scarbarians to believe that none of this money can be used to accelerate bus-only lanes along Finch East, Shepherd East, Lawrence East, and Markham? Keep in mind the projected cost of building the Eglinton East bus lane is only $8 million. And despite what has been said today, I would just like to say that people in Scarborough overwhelmingly support building dedicated bus lanes along Shepherd East, and I strongly urge Councillor Lai to fight for her constituents in Malvern that need rapid transit that directly benefits the community. The disregard for Scarborough's transit users is evident in the motion itself. The motion states, quote, as Toronto starts to recover from COVID-19 and businesses reopen, motor vehicle traffic volume is likely to increase as people with access to personal vehicles seek to maintain physical distance from others on their journey, end quote. Nowhere in the motion can a similar sentiment be found that Scarborough's transit users seek to maintain physical distance from others on our journey. To anyone who takes transit in Scarborough, this glaring lack of concern for our health and safety comes as no surprise. A decade of expedient political decisions that effectively squandered billions of dollars, wasted the time of hundreds of thousands of people, have made Toronto's ability to meet the Paris climate goals almost certainly unattainable, has led us to where we are today. Again, it didn't have to be this way. I shouldn't be here essentially begging my elected officials to provide me with a safe means of getting around the city that doesn't unnecessarily expose me to COVID-19, or worse, expose my 87-year-old grandmother who I live with. Despite the repeated bromides that we've heard ad nauseum since this pandemic began that we're all in this together, your decision to only approve a single express bus route for all of Scarborough after 10 years of promising us Smart Track, the Eglinton East LRT, Shepherd Avenue East LRT, and a subway is yet another indication of who matters to the Executive Council and who doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Myers. Are there questions of the deputy? Councillor Ainsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Jamal, thank you for your comments this morning and your advocacy work for transit in Scarborough. Is there anything not in this report you would like to see that you haven't already talked about?
Yes, I would love to see a plan for dedicated free shuttle buses along the Scarborough Rapid Transit route for when that eventually breaks down and there's no replacement option that's been built. We have the potential of going at least 5 years without an SRT route that is a necessary part of the transit infrastructure in Scarborough, And there's no plan so far even to buy the extra buses to make sure that people can move safely along this route. There's no plan to actually figure out the route to develop the dedicated bus lanes. And I just think, again, it's a glaring oversight of just how people in Scarborough are treated by people who have the power to make our lives better.
All right. Thank you, Jamal. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you both. Any other questions for Mr. Myers? Okay, seeing none, I thank you very much, Mr. Myers. And we would move to the next deputant, which is Priyan De Silva, followed by Tanya Richardson. Priyan De Silva?
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Hello. Thank you to the city staff for transitioning deputation to an online platform as quickly as they did. Thank you to the committees, the data aggregators and reporters for being as transparent as possible during this process. Thank you, Executive Committee and Chair Mayor John Tory. I am a former resident of North York and a current resident of Scarborough. Over the last 31 years, I have seen many changes in Toronto. These changes have occurred when the entire city, or myself as a resident, has experienced adversity. Currently, Scarborough is battling many different types of adversity. Some of this adversity is from historical, institutionalized, colonial systems of oppression and social Darwinism on dispossessed land. Our communities are trying to support each other during a pandemic, while precarious geopolitical situations provide more uncertainty. Most importantly, human-caused climate change is challenging every social and physical infrastructure created in our lives. As this is the context in which we must work, we must be resourceful with what we have. Toronto contains multiple organic and dynamic sets of data that are used to calculate mobility, accessibility, and transit. This helps individuals and organizations understand our current transit infrastructure and individual behaviors. This provides stakeholders opportunities to implement reimagined systems. People, goods, services, and especially families move throughout the city. As we recover, rebuild, and recreate, surface public transit must be reimagined. My deputation will touch on the theory of constraints, which is one of many models used to optimize self-learning systems, such as the implementation of this bus lane. The steps include identifying the system's constraints, decide how to exploit the system's constraints, subordinate everything else to their above decisions, and then alleviating the system's constraints. If in these steps constraints have been broken, we repeat this process, but we do not allow the inertia to cause another system constraint. The City of Toronto, their partners, and the public and private consultations have been iterating this model throughout the phase process. The insights and questions provided for public consultation are important to answer in this process. I will do my part to provide input as a resident. The input and data provided to the Executive Committee is one of an individual who actively engages in the pre-grassroots level of social architecture in North York and Scarborough. I own a private vehicle. It is an electric vehicle. It has a level of driving autonomy and technology that is 9 times safer than an average human driver. My mode of transport does not provide additional emissions in my community during transit. This increases the health and longevity of the members of the community. These are some of the important criteria that, as a resident of Scarborough, I consider when traveling. I am advocating for the expansion of publicly owned and operated surface transit. Private vehicle ownership systems are causing constraints for the growth of public transit systems and the reduction of emissions. Some of these constraints are Private vehicles cost more than public transit per person distance traveled. Private vehicles disproportionately require increased land usage. Private vehicles are underutilized. Every dollar of personal expenditure on motor fuels generates 3.2 kilograms of vehicle emissions in internal combustion vehicles. The following measurable data through community advocacy are required for safe, reliable, and time-efficient implementation of surface bus-only routes. Providing the financial, human, and software resources required to expedite the report back to Council on the remaining bus-only lane corridors.
We're just at 5 minutes now, Mr. De Silva, so if we could wrap up, that would be great.
Sure. Implementation of such bus routes that do not require major physical infrastructure changes as defined by the Eglinton Bus Implementation Prioritization Criteria, and create opportunities for direct localized community emission sequestration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, thanks very much, Mr. De Silva. We have Tanha Richardson, and then the last deputation is Swad Abdillahi. So those are the last two standing by. Tanha Richardson, are you there?
Yes, yes, I am. Good morning, Mayor Tory and executive members. My name is Tanja Richardson. I am a single parent, a woman of color, and a member of TTC riders residing in St. Paul's Ward. And I want to thank you for the opportunity. I'm very grateful to be able to speak to you all today. Today I'm here to speak about expediting the bus-only lanes in the Jane Street corridor, as I am very optimistic and fully support the Eglinton East Corridor bus lane. I think it's a great first step, but the need for more bus lanes must be accelerated to improve service, specifically in our marginalized communities. And I'm asking you today to explore fast-tracking the implementation of the Jane Street route as soon as possible and not wait until spring 2021. You know, this issue matters to me because I have family and friends residing in the Jane Street corridor whom are currently experiencing overcrowded buses as they travel to their minimum wage jobs. What happens when children return to school in September? What will that TTC experience look or feel like for these young people? This is creating stress and anxiety amongst entire families on a daily basis. You know, we are living in unprecedented times, and marginalized communities are the hardest hit prior to this global pandemic. And most importantly today, currently with COVID-19. You know, we know the facts are in the numbers. And I ask you, Mr. Mayor and executive members, to please stand with me as an ally to help protect the needs of our most vulnerable residents, whom are most likely to be Black, people of color, and low income. These individuals are extremely important in all of our communities. They are our essential workers, and we need to protect them as they secure their travels to and from work day in, day out. You know, and as I stand here humbly speaking with you, I am here in the safety of my own home. And I can see other executive members working remotely and working from their office, and I do unfortunately see a member who's been on the phone since the deputations have been on, and I have to admit I'm a little disappointed, but I digress. These marginalized communities do not have this luxury. They do not have the luxury of driving to work. This fast track on the Jane Street route will contribute to reduce the number of passengers traveling, hence will be a crucial part in keeping the COVID-19 cases down. Please help me. Give them the peace of mind that they deserve as they try to keep food on their table and a roof over their head. Since my last deputation at the TTC board member meeting on July 4th, where Councillor Carroll inquired about the community in the Jamestown corridor and asked, would there be any interest in the implementation of the Jane Street bus lane. And I am so thrilled to report on July 15th, I attended the Jane Finch Action Against Poverty Committee meeting, and I was in absolute awe of the number of non-residents, allies, amongst an even larger number of residents in attendance. This community wants change. This community is ready for change. Let's stand together to make that change. It takes a village. In conclusion, I urge you to fast track the Jane Street route as soon as possible. This community cannot wait until spring 2021. Mr. Mayor, executive members, I cannot thank you enough for giving me this time, your time and consideration. Thank you so very much.
Thanks very much, Ms. Richardson. Any questions of the deputant? Okay. Then that brings us to our final deputant, Swad Abdillahi. Swad Abdillahi, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so it's your turn, and you have 5 minutes, and we thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, Executive Committee members. Thank you for the opportunity. I would also like to thank all those who deputed before me. My name is Swad Abdillahi. I live in Ward 24, and I'm representing Woburn Local Planning Table, a grassroots group of residents and supporters who give voice to residents' issues and build community capacity in our neighborhood. I'm here to express our support for the bus lane implementation plan. We would like to see more done and faster as we move to recovery. We need to pursue all opportunities to improve bus service so to avoid overcrowding, enabling physical distancing, and ensuring dignity for public transit users in Scarborough. Some of the measures we support are allocating more funds to support speed up the study so we can implement the approved bus-only lanes faster for Jane, Steeles, West, Finch Avenue East, and Dufferin, allocating resources to study other busy routes in Scarborough, including Lawrence, Shepherd, and Markham, ensuring more buses are available along Lawrence, Markham, and Ellesmere. Personally, I've boarded on these routes for over 10 years. Oftentimes, they are overcrowded. We did experience some relief with the introduction of 902, a Markham Express bus, and I would like to thank our councillor Paul Ainsley for his support on getting it implemented. However, we still are facing overcrowded issues and delays on 102 Markham buses as the population continues to grow due to the addition of a cluster of condominiums and more builds in the next few years. In conclusion, we hope that he will improve measures that will ensure safety, equity, service, reliability to improve bus services in Scarborough. So on behalf of Woburn Local Planning Table, I thank you very much for listening and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much for those comments. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, that completes the deputations. And just before we move on to questions of staff, Deputy Mayor Min Wong had inquired about a break, and I think with your concurrence, just given where we are, we'll have questions of staff, and I think this item will take through to the normal lunchtime at 12:30 to finish. We probably won't even be finished it, maybe we can. And in light of the fact there are then 7 other items after that, 3 of which have speakers, I would just suggest we take the normal lunch break for 1 hour between 12:30 and 1:30 and resume at 1:30, and we'll try to then complete our business as early as we can. Is everybody agreeable with that? Okay. Yes, everybody's fine. Okay, then on that note, I have Councillor Carroll asking first as a visiting member of the City Council to visit us here, to ask questions of staff, and so I will look to her first. And Cynthia, are you going to be asking questions of staff as well? Councillor Lai? Well, we'll find out. You can unmute yourself in time. You can give me the thumbs up or thumbs down, but you're welcome to do so. Thumbs up, you will. Okay, Councillor Carroll, you're first. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. The first question is really if there are any staff who are now working on the report that weren't at the transit meeting. I thought it was clear at the transit meeting from my remarks that I'm not moving a motion right now that Shepherd East become a part of Priority C. Simply that the study that was asked come forward with the same timing so that we would be making a wise use of resources. If it came forward and it somehow had fewer challenges to the current priority C linings and yet higher ridership, that we would be able to deal with that. But I'm not moving a motion that makes it priority C. Is that clear to staff at this time?
Through the chair, that is clear to staff. We understand that the 5 priority corridors that were identified in the TTC's 5-year service plan did not include Shepherd East. It is not considered right now for acceleration, and we will be coming back, as Matt said in the presentation, in September to talk about the broader surface transit network implementation study, and we will talk about future corridors beyond these 5, of which Shepherd East is one, but there will be a full process of consultation that occurs related to that in the future.
Okay, and we got into a bit of a conversation about what happens in the after times with the concerns around Lawrence being, do you want to take out lanes so close to the Eglinton crosstown where car traffic is already being diverted, that Jane Street, for instance, really has needed this type of lane all along. So some of these lanes are situations where we know we need it. We know we need it now, and we've got to expedite it because we need it right now because these routes are crowded at a time when they're not safe. But some of them are lanes where we're not really sure of what the ridership would be 5 years after COVID, when we might be back at regular ridership and other higher orders of transit might be completed. Is that sort of a fair assessment of it?
Through the chair, that is a fair assessment. I mean, I think in every case when we do the kind of transitions of road space to transit-only lanes, it's actually quite a significant transition, and it does require a level of design and a level of understanding and knowledge of the site conditions, including the development picture. So we understand how many new units are coming on board and what the demands on the full network are going to be, not just on transit, but certainly transit is a high priority. And that's why some of these projects, or all of these projects, take a little bit more time, analysis, study, in order to get them right. And they also take a fair amount of consultation. And Stephanie did a nice job in the TTC presentation of talking about the significant consultation that was done as part of the 5-year service plan. But our experience is that when you go out and actually do the project, there's a whole bunch of other people who then get engaged around the localized impacts of those transitions. And we have lots of answers for those questions, but we do need to engage on that. So it does take a little bit longer.
Yes, and then the last question, the last question that I have, Mr. Mayor, I think might be for TTC staff. We know that the main reason Jane is further along by a few months is because there are some challenges in that line that have to be worked out and consulted on so that it can be a continuous priority line. But is it also Transit Commission's intention that for as long as it takes to get that Jane line up, that we're doing everything we can to prioritize and load vehicles with very close headway onto Jane so that we're not having overcrowded buses there?
Yeah, that is Mark Miz from the TTC, Head of Service Planning and Scheduling. That is correct. We're running the same amount of buses on the Jane corridor today that we were in February pre-COVID. Vast majority are scheduled in a typical way. And then we also, as you've heard, Commissioner, we have demand responsive flexible buses that are being deployed on a daily basis.
So you could even put on more than we had pre-COVID in order to create safe distance.
That is what we are doing, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Then we had Councillor Lai indicated a desire to ask some questions. And so, Councillor Lai, it's your turn.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask a question about this report that is coming forward. We call it the SIGNIS report. Would staff would be able to have a comprehensive report? Would you have enough time to come back with a comprehensive report? The timeline is for December 2020, because given the fact that the other studies for the other 5 corridors have been taking a couple of years, would you have enough time to do a comprehensive report to address this this new amendment to add Shepherd Avenue East in Lawrence?
Through the mayor, thanks for the question, Councillor. The Surface Transit Network Improvement Study, the timing of it, I mean, it is a citywide look, so it will include all priority transit corridors, of which there are many, many more beside the 5 that have been advanced and accelerated through the 5-year service plan. So our plan is to come back. That work has been ongoing in parallel for at least a year, if not longer. And our plan is to come back in September, actually, or October, depending on the schedule, and give a full and thorough sort of review of what we've learned out of that plan and make some recommendations on how we move forward. It will also have some information on what it means to actually be a surface transit network route and what are the tools that we would bring to that. So we talk about surface transit signal priority, we talk about striping lanes differently or using red paint. There's a whole range of tools that we can use to implement that may be very different from location to location, depending on the site conditions. So we would plan to come back with that report, a very thorough report in September. And then the plan for December is to come back with a Jane Street corridor implementation report that would be much more along the lines of what we're bringing forward today for Eglinton East.
So just to further on that, would you have any consultation when you're doing the report? Would you have any community engagement while you're doing the report?
For the Surface Transit Network Improvement Study?
Yes.
I'm going to ask Matt Davis to take that question. I believe that they've done a little bit of consultation, but I think that mostly when we do implementation is when we would be doing the broader consultation. So Matt, I don't know if you have anything to add on this consultation.
So Barbara, I think you're correct in terms of the implementation side. We definitely will have consultation planned on those areas. Right now, I guess what I want to say for St. Nis is that it's a program, right? It's not just a corridor study. We're looking at these things. It's an overall program and approach. And so what you'll see is an actual layout of the plans to look at various corridors. And if we need to do consultation for those that aren't, how do you say, like they're not in the OP, for example, or if there's some major change from existing, we would definitely set up some public consultation. But a lot of these areas have already been, as you probably understand, through the OP. OP just had a transportation policy review earlier this year. So many of the corridors that we're looking at are already approved for surface transit priority and enhancement of surface transit priority.
Yeah, just my final question is that I see a lot of confusion about the priority C and then, about those 2 streets or avenue road being added to the priority corridor. Just so that my residents understand, would you consider actually the priority C if, let's say, if Shepherd and Lawrence is included in that St. report, would you be implementing those together with the rest of the 5 corridors that haven't been implemented, just so that they can understand it better?
I mean, through the mayor, the 5 corridors that were in the TTC 5-year service plan are a lot to do over the next few years. And so we've heard quite clearly from conversations that have happened at the TTC board and other deputies here today that there's interest in looking at acceleration, and there's also interest in doing more consultation and review of Lawrence and Shepherd, some for, some against, right? So that's kind of how we would move forward. Is when we come to the part of the implementation plan where we are looking to move those 2 corridors forward, we would do further consultation, extensive consultation, because as many people said, many of the deputies indicated there's actually a fair amount of new development that's coming online. And while we have secondary plans and other planning documents that have anticipated that and the development review that anticipates that, there's still the need for us to do further consultation in the future. It won't be around St. Nis, but it will be around the corridor studies, yes.
But would you consider that as a priority D instead of priority C?
Well, I think that there will be the 5-year service plan really only covered the 5 corridors. So that is an ongoing process that, we would continue to update. And so once we implement Eglinton East and we're hopeful to move forward with Jane, there will be other corridors for implementation in future years. My guess is we would come back to the TTC board and go through that process again to identify those corridors and articulate what it is we're going to do to move them forward. So yes, that would be in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Now, are there other, I don't see any others right on my screen, but are there any other members of council that are visiting from us, not members of the executive committee, before I move on to members of the committee to ask questions? Okay, I don't hear anybody or see anybody. So I would then be prepared to make a list for members of the committee who wish to ask questions. Did I see your hand up there, Deputy Mayor Thompson? I do, and I see Deputy Mayor Bialow, so those are my first two, Deputy Mayor Thompson and Deputy Mayor Bialow. So please go ahead, Michael.
Very much, Mr. Mayor, and to TTC, the funding for this new bus lane, I read in the report, it said as part of the $7 million is coming from funds that were to be used for, is it asbestos removal?
Correct. That is correct.
And so where is the area that the asbestos is in the system? Can you tell us what the decision is in terms of, I presume that it has a health-related issue regarding asbestos, and you're sort of shifting the funds from the work to be done there to invest in the Eglinton East and the new bus lane features on Eglinton and Jane?
My understanding is that the program will not require, the asbestos removal program will not require that full funding for 2020, and therefore we found an opportunity to use it to fund the Eglinton East program, and a catch-up program will happen on the asbestos in outer years.
Okay, fantastic. That wasn't really clear when I read the report. With respect to timing, can you help us to understand the frequency, the number of buses that will be added to the route, as well as, increase, the benefit of the travel time to the users on the system?
Yes, currently at the busiest point on the corridor, there are 10 bus routes that operate along the corridor, and collectively, those 10 routes in pre-COVID conditions had more than a bus a minute, so that was 75 buses per minute. Of those 10 corridors, 4 corridors traverse the vast majority of the proposed bus lanes. Those are the 116 Morningside, the 86 Scarborough, the 905 Eglinton East, and the 986 Scarborough Express. And so in improving the travel times, we expect to see 2 to 5 minutes of improved travel time for our customers. If you do the math and calculate that over the course of a year, that's anywhere from 16 hours to 40 hours on the higher end. Customers will save in time that they can spend with their family. That travel time savings then results in an opportunity to reinvest in the corridor. And so we could bump up the frequencies on the corridor specifically, or as Commissioner Carroll has indicated, there's crowding across the city, and that those resources could be reallocated to other parts of the city like Finch East, like some of the deputants have spoken about, or other corridors like Lawrence East, for example.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I believe one of the speakers mentioned about the COVID numbers and so on, and made some reference, which I just wanted to seek some clarification. Do you have the numbers of for community spread, for example, with respect to COVID, the number of people who have contracted or been affected by COVID who have traveled on the TTC?
Unfortunately, I don't have that number.
So then would I then be able to ask you then, so for someone making what appears to be indicating some type of correlation between people taking the TTC and COVID, at this particular point in time, is that a bit of a stretch, or would I perhaps need to get more information from the medical officer of health, because he has not indicated as part of the community spread that the TTC was, if you will, a petri dish where people were contracting COVID?
The latter. I would seek advice from Toronto Public Health. We have not done that correlation between TTC customers and COVID.
But is this something the TTC would know, though, at least have an understanding, so taking the proper precaution? I know putting masks in place and so on, but does the TTC have any indication that that has been a real issue for them?
Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Sure, absolutely. I was trying to understand because there seemed to have been a reference or an intimation that somehow that the TTC is sort of part of this petri dish of the spread of COVID. I just wanted to understand a little bit clearer. Is that the case? Is that your understanding from the TTC that there was a widespread issue with respect to customers and so on contracting COVID on the system?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Yes.
If I may, it's Eileen Davila here. Perhaps I can help out with this question.
Thank you, Dr. Davila.
Okay. Thank you.
And I apologize for that. Was just trying to get my video and my mute button off. So I can tell you that, as of early July, and we're just checking all our numbers, so I'll have to get back to you with the most current of the data. But we have not traced any of the city's, thousands of cases to public transit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Davila.
All right, and that was, Deputy Mayor, your final question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, I had Deputy Mayor Bailau for questions of the staff.
Thank you. In the presentation that TTC and Transportation Department showed us, there was a slide on data collection and monitoring. So when are you starting that data collection? Before implementation or just once the project is implemented?
Through the mayor, I can start, and Matt Davis has the more information, but we are certainly doing baseline counts right now. In fact, we're also going to be utilizing some of the technology that we used on King Street, like the MyVision cameras and your data, to be able to get a pretty fulsome review. And we will also be working with the TTC to look at critical data points like wait times and boardings, et cetera.
Perfect. Okay. I just want to understand a little bit more about the report that is coming in the fall. I need to understand if I need to move some motions or not. So in the fall, are we getting a timeline on implementation on the other lines? So we know that we have timing for Eglinton East and Jane. Is that the plan that we have more specific timelines and a work plan for the rest of the lines that have been approved to be looked at?
Through the mayor. So the Surface Transit Network Implementation Study, and I understand this is confusing because it is actually a citywide surface transit study. And so it will look at a lot of the data to reaffirm and confirm what's in the official plan. There is a map in the official plan that talks about surface transit priority. It will talk about the tools to implement such a plan. But when we get into more of the details around the actual corridors for implementation, the timeline, the resourcing, et cetera, and the consultation to go along with it, that will come in the type of report that we're bringing today on Eglinton for future corridors.
Okay.
So the St. Nis plan that's coming in the fall will not have a very specific and detailed timeline for implementation of everything, every corridor that's in that.
Okay. But the lanes, Dufferin and the other ones, they have been also, you have been asked to accelerate those ones as well, correct?
Yes, we have. That actually came through the 5-year study that went through the TTC board process. And I think that was a pretty straightforward process. Perhaps we could do that again with the next 5 corridors.
Excuse me, somebody there has their button unmuted, and we're getting a lot of fast, loud typing. So you could just mute. Got that done, thank you.
You also in the presentation, you talked about equity. What are you doing to ensure the equity lens has been applied up to this point and continue to be applied as you implement, deploy these projects moving forward?
Sorry, just unmuting. So similar to, Councillor, similar to what you've seen in this presentation where we looked at NIAs as sort of a high level indicator of the priorities that we need to actually be looking at. Once we get deeper into the actual corridors that we're identifying for implementation, like beyond these 5 for the 5-year plan, we actually have 2 tools that we're looking at. One is an actual tool, and I'm not sure, Barbara can probably cut my mic off if I'm speaking too early about it, but we actually have developed internally a transportation equity tool for capital projects. Excuse me. And that looks at more specific equity seeking communities. So what is the impact on folks that, you know, are of a certain age or gender or racialized minorities or low income? So it's a little bit more specific. So for the purposes of accelerating the 5-year plan for this, we didn't get into all of that, but we definitely are looking that way for the St. Nis work and all the corridors flowing out of that.
And given that we have also approved the acceleration of these projects, how are you starting to involve the local communities on this? I mean, one of the things that, I mean, if we want to accelerate, we need to start getting them involved sooner rather than later. So how is that happening?
So
go ahead, Matt. You can.
Oh no, I was actually going to turn it either to you or to Stephanie, because it's not just us, right? It's us and TTC in that. Yeah.
So I think the first piece of that, Deputy Mayor Bailau, is the extensive consultation that Stephanie talked about under the 5-year plan. And I recognize that that was relatively high level, but there was lots of consultation that was done to engage communities there. On Eglinton East, so when we get down to the corridor specific level, we really have to have another conversation with the people who are going to be impacted by the specific transit improvements and modifications that are going to happen. And so we will be continuing to work with our partners in the TTC, but also with the public consultation unit to do more work there, including engagement with businesses and resident groups. And as Matt pointed out, we also want to and have made it a priority to serve neighborhood improvement areas and priority neighborhoods. So engaging with those communities before we move forward to implementation is critical, and we'll be paying close attention to that over the next couple of months. And it is another one of the reasons why these projects take a little bit longer to implement, is because we really need to do the right level of consultation, not too much, but certainly engaging people so they understand what's coming forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bailau. That was your last question. And I have on my list now, just so we know, Councillor Ainsley and then Deputy Mayor Min Wong. So we would next go to Councillor Ainsley for 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley there?
Sorry, Mayor Tory, didn't turn my mic on. Better now?
Yep, please go ahead.
Okay. So I'm not sure if this is for Barbara or the TTC. I wanted to ask about the data collection that was mentioned in the slide presentation. Is that going to be available in an open data set on the city's data portal specific to this corridor?
Through the mayor, thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Yes, we will plan to do some kind of proactive reporting, similar to what we did on King Street, and we have a very good relationship with our friends in technology services on making sure that all appropriate data that we can upload to the open data system we are doing. So we will look to make that happen as well.
Okay, and once again, I'm not sure if this is to Ms. Gray or the TTC. I had a motion moved at the TTC board about community benefits for the Eglinton East corridor in terms of hiring local youth to do painting or be involved in the painting. I understand that one from TTC to transportation staff.
Yes, so we certainly support getting an engagement with local youth. I think we need to look at a broader suite of options for how to engage them. Is the painting that's going to take place for the corridor is going to be done via contractor and with a it's pretty heavy duty work that requires skilled technical staff. So but we certainly will be happy to figure out a way to engage local youth either through a community benefits agreement or some other work. There's lots of things to do out in the community, and I think we can have a positive impact.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to ask in terms of the 5-year plan or study that was mentioned as well within the presentation. So the Eglinton East corridor that's being looked at, was there a traffic study done in terms of the impact of vehicle traffic on adjacent neighborhoods that they're going to be on trying to go through this corridor and they're going to look for alternative routes?
I can speak to that. So yes, short answer is yes. We've provided in the background reports in the TTC board report. I don't know if they're attached to this one, but basically we have a very high level feasibility study that covered a number of factors, and traffic was one of them. And one of the main things we actually did look at was the potential for infiltration. And so I have some findings that, I could speak to now, depending on your question, but basically we've been able to see that there's very little potential for infiltration through neighborhoods. I'll just say this and then we can talk more in detail if you like. Because of the geography of the area, the fact is you don't really have a parallel route to what we're looking at for the Eglinton East bus lanes. That would save you a bunch of time. So if you're a driver trying to skip by and saying, oh, this traffic might be slow, you have to actually take more of a circuitous route that spends much more time going through a longer distance to get to where you want to go. So that's at a high level, but we can speak to some other questions if you have.
Yeah. Yeah. And even Matthew, if you could make sure that report gets sent to my office, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
And then also in line with the 5-year plan, we've had numerous meetings about the Eglinton East LRT. We've never done any town halls specific to the bus lane or the bus corridor. Is that something you're going to be looking at doing for future corridors?
It sounds like a decent idea. I think it goes back to what Barbara was saying about where when we get into the study of the individual corridors, we start edging towards implementation, we start to come out to the public and gather all that input and feedback and have something similar to what you mentioned.
Okay, and then similar on the map on the earlier presentation, Metrolinx is working on an Ellesmere BRT from the Oshawa Center to the Scarborough Town Center, if that could be made referenced in future reports, because I know people are very concerned about enhancing the BRTs and bus travel in Scarborough, but that BRT doesn't seem to be part of the conversation.
Well, and just to your point, it's actually, so as you know, it's a Metrolinx project, so we wouldn't obviously take it over, but Ellesmere is in our work. So, because the main part that is in the Durham Scarborough BRT is that section of Ellesmere. So we do have analysis and review on that corridor. Just for clarification, do you want us to reference the actual Durham Scarborough BRT project, or what our assessment of Ellesmere is in this context?
Well, not so much the assessment, but I think it needs to be referenced that is a potential BRT route that Metrolinx, they are doing an environmental assessment right now. I understand the route's largely unfunded, but I think people need to understand as part of the travel mix in Scarborough that that's something that's also being looked at.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. And that would then bring us to Deputy Mayor Denzelman and Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I heard that you're conducting studies, including traffic studies in September, yes?
Through the mayor, we've been conducting traffic studies, some modeling and analysis up to this point, and then I can have Matt talk about what's going to happen in the future.
What do you mean by up to this point? How long have you been doing the traffic study?
Well, we've been collecting baseline data. Matt, I'll let you talk about it because you're closer to it than I am.
Sure. So we've basically collected as much data as we have in terms of the existing data sources, but we also leverage some of the other studies that have been performed in areas such as the Eglinton East work and various other things, just to make sure we're all on the same page. So we try to get a good sense of what the existing conditions are, because we know that we're looking to implement these in a short-term period, right? So we've been looking at analysis at the travel demand level, as well as in some cases, and I think we talked about this before, at key strategic locations along the corridor where there may be potential for bottlenecks and things like that. So we do have analysis in that regard.
Your data, though, pre-COVID versus existing COVID would be different because there'd be different traffic patterns. There'd be fewer cars on the road, yes?
I would agree. I think in our assessment, we've seen that, I think across the city, we've seen drops in volume. So that would be consistent.
And we don't expect, and we hope, we don't expect, and we hope that we go back to pre-COVID economic activity. So people are moving about the city, going to their jobs. That's our goal. So our traffic patterns should be at pre-COVID levels, should it not?
So if I could just speak to, so yes, and so all the analysis that's been undertaken to inform this work was done using pre-COVID levels of analysis of traffic.
I see. So when you can't go out. Your data would have a different flavor to it if you went out and studied in September and October, and as well, we'll keep our fingers crossed. But if we were to have a second wave, as an example, keep our fingers crossed that that doesn't happen, and you were out measuring, you'd get an entirely different set of data points than you would if you took pre-COVID data.
Well, that may be true. I think that what I'm saying, our intent is to go out and re-baseline our work in September if this gets approved, right? Because we need to reset that for traffic signal time.
How do you reset your baseline? Where's your baseline? You can't.
Well, if you take new counts, if you're looking at any of the data that we're collecting through the monitoring program, we'll be able to understand that actual delta between pre and post COVID or pre and current COVID. And then from there,
Is it reasonable to say that we should wait till we get through this before we get a reliable data set?
It's not that the data sets are unreliable. It's just that in order for us to do the operations plan that we need to understand the current traffic data, right?
I just wanted to be clear that we are planning for long-term implementation. So our baseline is going to be pre-COVID. We have to, when we install and implement, we have to be able to respond to current conditions. So we will look at current conditions in the fall, and then the management of that, congestion management piece of it, as the traffic changes and traffic pattern changes, we need to be looking at it pretty consistently over the course of the following months after implementation so that we can manage the changes. Because we actually, to your point, Deputy Mayor, we don't, we know what's going to happen now. We don't know how quickly things are going to come back, and we have to be nimble and be able to respond. So that's our plan.
All right, thank you. Finished.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Now, if we can have the screen back so we can see the members of the committee. Let's see here. There we go. So we have Councillor Pasternak and we have Councillor Nunziata, just to put the list on here. So let's go with those two. Councillor Pasternak, you're up next. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. On two equity issues, the Bathurst and Steeles area has a very high concentration of Russian-speaking residents, many of whom do not speak English. And when I look at this report, and I will look at past consultations, I don't sense that any kind of translation or accommodation was made during those consultations. If I'm wrong, then correct me. But I'm just wondering what kind of outreach was done to the Russian-speaking community who cluster around the Bathurst and Steeles area, would be on the Steeles Express bus route.
Sorry, Councillor, through the Mayor, are you referring to the 5-year service plan, that consultation?
Yes.
Yeah, the one that, okay, so.
I can answer that.
Yeah, so
okay,
I mean, it is on page 3 of the agenda here. So
yeah, consultation.
I'm just wondering what kind of outreach was done, and if you're continuing outreach, what kind of outreach is planned to that community and other communities that don't speak English. And I don't see any accommodation when I glance through the rather glossy report, TTC report, about these express routes.
Yeah, the consultation was, and the 5-year service plan was done in English. And so that's how, when we had the stakeholder engagement, that was done in English, as well as the surveys. Moving forward, when we talk about consultation on a corridor-specific basis, there is an opportunity to use other means and other languages to reach us communities that have that require specific accommodations.
So my second equity question is regarding AODA compliance by the TTC. Now, elevators are not cheap, and I understand we have to be compliant by 2025, correct me if I'm wrong, and we're desperately short of cash to meet that deadline. Now, you're taking tens of millions of dollars of capital dollars to do these bus routes, and maybe there's merit there, but how are you ever going to meet your AOD compliance targets if you continually get sidetracked by other projects?
There is, the end of 2019, the TTC shared their capital investment plan. Of course, there's billions of dollars of shortfall there. And so, of course, we need funding to complete those projects. The Eglinton bus lane specifically, and some of the other bus lanes, the way we look at it is as an opportunity where there's a savings associated with it. When Stephanie gave the presentation, there was a $7.8 million capital cost associated with it. But when you look at the opportunities from a savings for reallocation or otherwise, there is a savings in operating costs, $2.5 million per year. If you choose to realize that or reinvest into other routes in the city, and there is a one-time capital cost savings of $6.3 million for buses that would not be required.
All right, we'll leave that for now. Now on Steeles Avenue, obviously the north side of Steeles Avenue is a different municipality. I assume that residents, non-Toronto residents, who don't pay Toronto taxes, will be benefiting from that. The route, the express route, does go westbound on the north side of Steeles, which is the city of Vaughan. Are they contributing to the cost of the Steeles Express Busway?
At present, we have identified the Steeles West as priority C, as noted in the report. We haven't moved forward in discussions yet with York Region, but I believe we will in terms of talking about how that cost sharing will occur. As you know, today the TTC provides service on the Steeles corridor, both eastbound and westbound, and so we both collect the revenue and pay the cost on that.
Now, finally, staff are unable to really bring a traffic management plan to committee, to Infrastructure and Environment Committee, because of the unknowns in transit, the volumes of individuals that will be driving, the volumes of individuals that will be going back on the TTC, how many people will continue to work from home, what corporate Canada's plans are in bringing employees back. We just don't know many of those issues. If we don't know, if we can't bring a traffic management plan to committee because of the unknowns, how can we proceed with these bus corridors if there's still so many of these unknowns?
Through the mayor, so you're referring to the congestion management plan the updated congestion management plan. Yeah, so we will be bringing back an updated congestion management plan in the fall. And part of the reason why we've taken a little bit more time on that is, to your point, we really wanted to make sure that we were understanding the patterns and that we were able to be flexible in the toolkit that we could deploy, and understanding the transportation demand management components of telework and time of day travel have a huge impact not only on TTC riders, but also on how we manage congestion on the road. So we will be bringing that plan back. And I also think it points to the need to be somewhat flexible in how we are able to monitor and implement changes as the traffic congestion changes, because we don't know how it's going to change, and we want to be able to be supportive across the network. And so we have to be nimble and flexible to be able to make those changes. And that includes transit changes, modifications to signal timing, understanding the data, understanding the volumes and where the pinch points are, impacts on the rest of the network. And so we will be able to monitor and then respond. That's our plan.
So do we have the...
Councillor, that's last question.
Oh, I'm out of time?
Nope, you're out of time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Overtime. Thank you very much. Councillor Nunziata, 5 minutes to you.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. So my question is on Jane Street. So can you tell me what the status of Jane Street is, and what the studies have been done, and what sort of consultation meetings have been held?
Hi, it's Stephanie. I can take a stab at that, and Transportation Services can jump in. Right now, the status of Jane is that we've identified it as priority B. We have a preliminary concept, and we're starting to work on design. And in August, we will start the consultation process. So that has not started yet. We haven't done any detailed consultations with people along the Jane Street corridor, but we are gathering a stakeholder list and we are preparing for an online survey as well as a stakeholder meeting, and there'll be more detailed conversations to be had with the people along Jane Street in the fall.
So are you consulting with the local councillors along the corridor on the stakeholder groups?
Absolutely, we will do that. We will reach out and as we gather our list.
Okay, so I have a question. When you do the community rather than the stakeholder groups, when you do the community consultation meetings along the Jane corridor, in particular where Jane and 401 and Jane and 400, Maple Leaf and Church. So in that area, will we be consulting because there is an existing traffic issue there in that area with the cars coming off the highway onto the local streets? Are we going to be consulting the whole community, not just the businesses or residents on Jane Street? Like, are we going to be consulting the residents from Jane to Keel and from Jane to Weston Road, all that whole area with all those residential and those areas where now they are experiencing a lot of shortcut traffic from the 400 and 401. So will we be consulting with those residents?
It's definitely our intent to cast a wide net, so to consult as many people as possible. So that will definitely be a part of the approach.
And through the mayor, Councillor Nunziata, I just wanted to reassure you that in addition to the consultation with the people sort of directly affected, as we get into situations where these corridors impact a much more regional scale, we have to have a broader conversation about it. And it's one of the reasons why Jane Street is actually second. We have a little bit more work to do there, including more consultation work and some specific design work. We will be bringing a report back to this committee in December that is as detailed as the Eglinton East report you see before you today that is specifically on Jane Street, and we'll be doing that before we move forward.
Okay, so and Barbara, in Etobicoke, months ago, we moved a motion at the Etobicoke Council, is that the staff in Etobicoke has hired, I believe, a consultant, I can't remember exactly, to do a traffic study in that whole area because of the amount of traffic that residents have been complaining about taking shortcuts to the community. So I guess we should incorporate that study as well because that study is ongoing.
Through the mayor, we will certainly look to incorporate the relevant studies. I'm assuming that's through our area transportation planning group.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, so we will certainly pull that information in.
Okay, and the local councillors definitely will be involved from day one and through the whole consultation process, correct?
Correct. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Let me just have a look at the screen here for a sec and see if anybody else is clamoring to be heard on questions. I have a couple myself. Anybody else? Let's see here now. I think we've pretty well gone through most of the roster. Okay. Well, then what I would do is maybe if let me just reset the clock on myself here. There we go. Okay. If I could just ask, just going back to the Eglinton East part of this, because I'm not sure it's set out here, but maybe it is. How long was the consultation process that involved the study and the survey and all of that? There's quite a lot of things set out there that was done. Does anybody have any idea as to how long in time that it took to do that consultation, as well as any public meetings that were held in prior times?
Hi, through the chair, Stephanie from the TTC. For the 5-year service plan, the consultation process was 8 or 9 months in length and had 3 different stages of consultation.
And then with respect to Eglinton East in particular, where there's reference to thousands of people answering surveys and whatnot, how long did that portion, or was it all incorporated into the same 9-month exercise you've talked about?
So for the 5-year service plan, that was incorporated all through that same period, but there have been other consultation events that have occurred for Eglinton East LRT, which was a separate process, I think, over maybe many years, if someone else has the details on that.
Anybody else have a better idea?
I can jump in there. That's correct. It was a multi-year process. And I also think there was a piece of it that was a foundational piece of it that was done through our partners in city planning as well. And so there's been lots and lots of consultation. And one of the things we did here, Mr. Mayor, as part of the 5-year service plan consultation was people really eager for us to just get on with it and not have a lot more consultation. But I think, as I've described before, when we get to the nuts and bolts of implementation and the design of the corridor, there is still some information that we need to seek from the community, and we definitely need to engage the community and the councillors at a much more specific level. So that's what's going to happen between now and implementation. Is going to be much more design oriented and focused.
Well, it's like a lot of things in this business. I appreciate that answer where, you know, on the one hand, people say they don't want too much consultation because they want you to get on with it. On the other hand, you know, if you don't consult enough, there will be harsh criticism set out for that. And the reason I'm asking these questions is because there's some fairly harsh rhetoric used, and I'm not sure of the objectivity of the people who are making the comments, but it's their perfect right, obviously, to do that. And I took note, Ms. Gray, of your comments saying that on the 5-quarter plan, there's a lot to do over the next 5 years. And so I wanted to ask specifically about Jane Street, because a lot of the harsh rhetoric this morning was directed at the fact that wasn't proposed to be implemented until June 2021, which is not only 11 months from now, so it's not like it's like 5 years from now. And I just wanted to ask, I mean, we have a consultation process that was mentioned a moment ago by Stephanie is going to begin on the 1st of August, which is a week or so away. And it shows on page figure 9 of the report, it shows that that process goes through until April, and it's I presume a variety of public consultation measures, including what Councillor Nunziata was asking about with councillors and public members, neighbours, and I see there's a reference in the report to MTO having to be consulted because of some traffic intersections with the 401 and whatnot. I just wanted to see if it's your judgment that it's going to take that period of time, and by that it's basically, I guess, about 8 or 9 months, which is not inconsistent with what you said earlier, to do that consultation, what I'll say properly, meaning that you've done enough to be able to say it's valid and not too much to bog it down. Is that about the period of time between now and April that it will take to do that if we're trying to sort of move this along as quickly as we can?
Well, I think that we should pay attention and listen to what we're hearing through the initial consultations. I mean, Councillor Pasternak brought up a very good point about Russian language speakers. There's going to be communities in the Jane corridor that are going to require translation and other components to ensure the consultation is effective and thorough. But I also want to just point out that Jane Street, well, we also would like to see that project implemented as quickly as possible. It is not an easy design exercise. And one of the things that we will hear from the communities is their concern about parking removal and driveway access and some of the parts of that corridor that are actually quite narrow and are going to require us to really take a good hard look at the design piece. So we definitely need the time to be able to do it correctly. And if we can advance it or accelerate it, we absolutely will be looking to do that.
I'm glad you mentioned that complexity, because there's another chart somewhere in this report that shows the differing widths of the street or the road allowance up and down the stretch of Jane Street, which I presume makes design more complicated.
It does indeed.
Okay. All right. Well, so you've really answered my question by saying if you can find a way to expedite this, you will. But there was such a negative impression left, as if you were sort of taking your extensive vacations and abandoning this file for months and years at a time. And I don't think that's the case. So I thank you very much for those answers. Anybody else that wants to speak, at least ask questions of staff at this juncture, because I think otherwise we're finished with that. Now it is 12:22, and I presume there'll be quite a number of speakers, and we can just adjourn now and come back at 1:30 if that's your wish.
Mayor?
Everybody want to do that?
Mayor?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Thompson.
Deputy Mayor Thompson here. Mayor, I have a number of items that I actually can release because through this discussion and debate, I've been able to talk to staff from Hamilton, Pickering, and varying other places where they're located working from home. So I'm able to release a number of items, and if no one else wants to speak to them, then perhaps staff can actually be on their way to do other things that perhaps they're just waiting to respond to my questions. I've had a chance to speak with staff intently, so I can release those if
please Deputy Mayor, go ahead, because we've got a couple of minutes before lunch and then we'll have our agenda set for after lunch. Go ahead.
Fantastic, thank you. I've been multitasking here all morning, and listening to the debate. I can release EX 15.9 and thank staff for providing the information that I needed.
All right, let's just have a look here. That's the annual report on the city's loan guarantee portfolio. Is there
correct.
anyone else, Deputy Mayor Thompson had held it. Is there anyone else who had wanted to ask questions or speak on that? Because if not, I would ask for Deputy Mayor Thompson releasing it, maybe ask if he would also move the staff recommendations.
I would, Mr. Mayor. Move the staff.
Okay. Is there anybody else? I'll just wait for the screen to come back up here. There we go. Everybody else content that we should call the question on that then? All right. All those in favor? 15.9. Opposed? Carried. Okay. Next, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Moving on the same trend, Mr. Mayor. EX 1510, which is the investment board report. I want to thank Randy Leclerc for the great conversation I've had with him on this report. This is an amazing report. We're really benefiting from the investment decision that this group is actually making for us. I want to thank them very much for the stellar investment advice that they're actually providing and the decision that they're making to help us generate a tremendous amount of return on our investment. So I would simply want to move the recommendations in the report. And again, thank the staff that I've been able to talk to this morning as a result of the need to get information. Thank you, Mayor.
So Councillor Thompson is going to release 15.10 and move the staff recommendations, and I'll just add my commendation to the staff under this new policy the province allowed us to adopt. I think we're doing better, and every dollar counts. Is there anybody else who wanted to speak or ask any questions on that? Otherwise, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. Do you have any more, or is that
finally, Mr. Mayor?
I have
one more.
One more, yeah.
I have one more. Can I go ahead?
You go ahead. It's your turn, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, Mr. Mayor, EX 15.20. 15.20. Yes, it's the soft drink sponsorship agreement for Exhibition Place. I want to thank Mr. Boyle, Mr. Chachow, and another Hardet, who I've spoken with regarding this particular item, and I would like to move the recommendations in the report. And again, thank them for providing me with the detailed information that I needed to have in order to understand this particular item better.
All right, I have, pardon me, with the concurrence of the committee, I have an amendment, which is a technical amendment to move, if I might, for EX 15.20. It's up on the screen now. It is that the council direct that the confidential attachment 1 to the report from the CEO Exhibition Place remain confidential, as it contains financial information that belongs to the Board of Governors of Exhibition Place and has monetary value or potential monetary value. And so that, I think, is fairly standard in these kinds of commercial contracts. And so I would move that amendment and see if there's any questions of the mover on that. Otherwise, I'll call the question on the amendment first. All those in favor of the amendment? Opposed, if any? Carried. And then the item as amended, as moved by Deputy Mayor Thompson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so that helps to whittle down the agenda for after lunch. We have really then 1, 2, 3, 4 items, plus the completion of this item, of course, with the speakers. So if there's no other releases, I don't think there are any that could be done. Now, I will just suggest that we should, let me just check on the clock here. I don't think there's time to do anything else. Yes, 12:27. So I'll just suggest that we should adjourn now and return at 1:30. Thank you very much. see here now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do have quorum, right? We're set to resume. Are you technically set? Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can call us back to order, we have a quorum present to resume our discussions of the day. And I think we had finished questions of staff, and so we were on to speakers. And so first I'll ask if there are members that are visiting with us outside of the Executive Committee who wish to speak. I see Councillors Carroll and Lai both with us. Councillor Carroll wants to speak, and you too as well, Councillor Lai? Okay, so we'll start with Councillor Carroll then. And let's see, how do I light this up? There we go. And so on you go, Councillor Carroll. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I don't have any motions to ask that members move. I simply wanted to clarify for members. I think you'll remember that I asked staff to make sure that they interpreted the motion that went to transit appropriately. I'm not moving Shepherd Avenue East onto the list of priority lanes at this point in time. It's simply, as you know, it's best to align things for staff when they're researching things in a certain vein. And what's happening right now is definitely looking at bus travel along COVID lines. What is the most key part of that report before transit? What it showed us is what we've known all along, is that the lifeblood of the TTC system, a lot of people think it's line 1, the main circulatory vein. It's not. It's our buses. Our buses are what is getting frontline workers to and from work right now. And so what we knew even before COVID, which was that we had some various lines that if higher order transit isn't contemplated by Premier Ford now or in the future, that we needed to have at the very least some enhancement, which bus travel provides in those areas. And density is usually the reason why. What gets lost in the discussion of these, you may have heard a number of deputies talk about, well, we can't look at transit priorities because we have too many cars. And what often gets lost in the shuffle of discussions about transportation planning is that that's a sign that you do need transit, because transit is all about changing people's mode of travel. If not for every trip that they take all week long, to work trips at the very least. Certainly people who live in the suburbs, if they can afford it, own a car. But can we make traveling by transit the better way so that it actually makes more sense to take transit because it gives you a faster journey to work, to wherever that is, or because it's way more affordable if you leave that car in the garage and use that transit and don't park when you get where you're going. It's that mode change that we're looking for. And that is the reason why we continue to want Shepherd Avenue East to be studied. The transit that is being approved on along that corridor, all the way to the future Smart Track station and the Agincourt GO station, was all of it approved on the basis of an LRT. That LRT isn't going to happen now. Premier Ford proposes a subway, and ironically, while we stood up for that LRT eventually, there are now levels of density along there that a subway would be viable with. The problem is, we know that there are some delays due to the pandemic and its economic impacts. Now there are delays for Shepherd Avenue East that take it out to, at a minimum, 2040. What the transportation group in the community contemplated was an until the subway plan. And the bus improvements that Ms. Gray and TTC are proposing are exactly that. We're talking about painting red paint on a line and making certain design changes. But where we're not sure if we're going to yet a higher order of transit later on, we're not talking about a type of physical change that means we couldn't move on to that rail transit later on. And so since the report was already requested, look and see if we need some intern transit enhancements along Shepherd Avenue East and report back. It makes sense to make sure that the report backs are aligned. Beyond that would come all of the robust consultation and all of the people involved that I think were perfectly illustrated in Councillor Nunziata's questions and the staff answers to them. And I fully anticipate that I would be allowed that amount of process in my community if anything was proposed for Shepherd Avenue East. And I think if residents are hearing that today, I think that will give them comfort. There's a lot of consultation before we would be altering anything to do with car or transit traffic along that corridor. This is just an aligning of reports. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, I presume we have Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a motion if clerk can
Well,
post it
now,
up.
Councillor, you can't move the motion yourself.
I know, but I
You can speak to it, and you can tell us if somebody else is going to introduce it.
I'm speaking to it, but I think Deputy Mayor Min Wong is going to move it for me.
Okay. So you can go ahead and speak to it, but we just can't put it on the
Okay.
table until somebody moves it that's
Oh,
on
I
the
see.
committee.
I see. Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to address the executive committee. And the motion that I'm about to move through Deputy Mayor Min Wong is just to bring some comfort and some clarity to the letter of the that's being given to from TTC letter about Shepherd Avenue East. I actually got approached by Ward 22 residents after the TTC meeting. Under the circumstances, they wanted me to represent them to raise their concern and discomfort if this Shepherd Avenue East is going forward as one of the corridors that has been listed, which I think very well that Councillor Shelley Carroll and some has already clarified during her questions to the deputants, and which is bringing some comforts. But just to make sure that they are very comfortable and they are being part of the process, I just wanted to make sure that those motions to include robust consultation with local councillor and with the local communities is very important. And also we need to make sure that the 5-year service plan and the 10-year outlook consultation took about 8 to 9 months for the consultation to take place. And as Mr. Mayor, you have asked the question of staff, and I don't really want this kind of consultation be taken in a short while, so that the report or we're making some hasty decisions, and we should make evidence-based decisions. And the wording actually with the motion that Councillor Carroll has proposed at the TTC board meeting could be interpreted as adding the Shepherd Avenue as the 6th corridor along with priority C. So that's good that we have some clarification. And I actually thank you, Mr. Mayor, for actually taking the leadership, and I want to commend you on accelerating all these plans and moving forward, as some of the deputants have said that we're not moving fast enough. And so we really wanted to look forward to good consultations with this. And I hope that it's very good to listen to both sides, whether you're a supporter or you're not in support. I just cannot forget the story about myself having to travel from Steeles and Brimley, the most northern eastern part of the ward, to go downtown to work. And it's not really very, very good experience. You know, the quality of life that you have to spend on the TTC is not good enough. It's very, very long hours. But that doesn't mean that now, when I have to drive downtown to City Hall, it takes me an hour and a half every day. So my commute time to drive and to take the TTC from my ward, it is not too much of a difference. But I'm happy to speak for the Ward 22 residents and my own residents, Ward 23, so that they know that it's not easy to draw the balance, but we should actually make informed decision, as well as we should be making evidence-based decision always, and also to have them being part of the process, to engage into the process. So I would ask that members of the executive committee to support the motion, which is going to be moved by Deputy Mayor Min Wong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. Now I'm looking for, I don't see any other members of council visiting with us, but just in case there's anybody whose face isn't showing, is there anybody else from council who's here at the executive committee that wants to speak? Don't see anybody. Okay, well, having determined that, then can we move on to members of the committee wishing to speak? Haven't seen any hands up so far. There's Councillor, all right, oh, suddenly we've got a burgeoning speakers list here. So we've got Councillors Pasternak, Ainsley, and the Deputy Mayor. And, another Deputy Mayor Thompson, and maybe it's easier to take a list of those who don't want to speak. Anyway, that's fine. So we have 4. So over to Councillor Pasternak to start. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff, for your work on this. I have a motion, which has 2 parts. One is to have staff consider that the lanes along Wilson Avenue also have high occupancy vehicles. That's two or more passengers, cargo bikes, taxis, and cyclists, and as well as giving thought to the accommodation of funeral processions, which are very prevalent along this route. The second motion encourages extensive community feedback for each transit priority corridor. It's been touched on by the questions for staff that there's a lot of work to do. And I find that there's less resistance to new ideas when there's extensive consultation and people know what's coming. When they feel something's been thrown at them without a lot of consultation, feedback, and listening to diverse views, then it becomes problematic, and there becomes resistance to a change of policy. Process is very important, and I must say that if it wasn't for Councillor Bradford coming into my office and giving me sort of a heads up that a motion was coming to the TTC, I would have no idea that TTC was thinking of accelerating this plan. And I'm sure many councillors had the same experience. I doubt very much he went to every councillor, but councillors don't like surprises, because then we have to put out fires among our local communities. I think I touched on part of the linguistic challenges in the area I represent. There are thousands of residents that speak Italian, they don't speak English. Accommodation must be met. There are thousands of residents that speak Russian and they don't speak English, and accommodations must be met. And those people live along the corridors, the Jane Street corridor and the Steeles corridor. And I should point out that councillors know the facts on the ground in their wards probably better than anyone else. I mean, that's why they represent their ward, and that's why they got elected. And I mentioned the funeral homes along Steeles Avenue because some of those funerals can be quite large. They're fairly regular. And that would be very problematic unless we figure out some kind of bylaw accommodation to allow those processions to travel westbound or eastbound along Steeles Avenue. The other unknown is what role is Vaughan playing. I mean, these are high ticket items, and I think if we're going to be accommodating or creating enhanced service for our good friends in Vaughan on the north side of Steeles, that they should be helping pay the freight, pay the capital freight. So I think at the end of the day, enhanced transit is a good thing, but listening to local communities is very important. We have a number of building applications at the Bathurst and Steeles area, which will create a lot of complexities for this. We have Reimagine Young over at Young and Steeles, which also creates some complexities for this, at least Young southbound towards Finch. And I was under the impression that we were going to wait until the Eglinton LRT, the Crosstown, and the Finch West LRT, which terminates and starts in my ward, were going to be completed before rolling out this program. We all know our financial constraints, so it was quite surprising to see some of the price tags with this. And as I mentioned in my questions for staff, we're way behind on AODA accessibility, conforming with the legislation and meeting our deadlines. And one could argue that the money should go into that. And it's unfortunate that we have these funding constraints where we have to make these stark choices in our transit system. And finally, I would say that the reason we're not seeing a congestion management plan at Infrastructure and Environment Committee is we don't know what the congestion and what the capacities will be on our roads in the coming months. There's no doubt that people are working at home, so traffic density is down. When businesses start to open up again more in the corporate sector in September, will half employees continue to work from home? Will a quarter of employees continue to work from home? Will those people who are now commuting, regular TTC riders, who will be commuting to work, will they then drive to work? And these things we don't know, so we can't finalize the congestion management plan. And then I ask the question, well, how can we finalize these bus routes? Bottom line is, a lot more work has to be done. We have to reinvigorate the consultations.
And on that note,
see closely the costs, and we all have to work together to make it happen.
And Councillor, thank you for those remarks. May I just clarify, because the clerk brought to my attention, you did mention in introducing your motion that you were talking about Wilson Avenue, but then it's clear you made reference to Steeles, and the motion itself refers to Steeles, and she was just checking, because you made reference to Wilson at the beginning when you started to move the motion. It is Steeles, as the motion says.
Yes.
I thought so. Well, from all your talk about Vaughan and so on, I assumed as much, but that's fine. I just wanted to check. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any questions of the mover? Okay, then we'll move on to Councillor Ainsley, who's next.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I do have a motion, if I can have it put on the screen. That City Council requests the Toronto Transit Commission Board to request the Chief Executive Officer, Toronto Transit Commission, to release all data collected in the ongoing operation of the Eglinton priority bus lanes as its own data set in the City of Toronto Open Data Portal. And I'm moving this motion. I think it helps lay the foundation as we move forward with the next 4 transit corridors, and also examining the success of the Eglinton East priority bus transit corridor. I'm fully supportive of this bus line. It's running from Kennedy to the University of Toronto Scarborough. It's long overdue. We've been waiting for the Eglinton East LRT along this route. I think it's going to be very successful. I do want to acknowledge the priority neighborhoods or neighborhood improvement areas, including Eglinton, Scarborough Village, Kingston Road, Galloway, Orton Park, and Mornell Court, all of which exist along this line. And I think it's very needed. If you can look at the statistics in North America, we have in Toronto 13 of the 24 busiest transit routes in North America, and this corridor is one of those routes. It's needed. I've talked earlier about traffic studies and town hall meetings. I would ask for more of them, but we've already had many along the Eglinton East LRT. If I had more town halls about a bus route on this corridor, I'm pretty sure the response back from my residents would be, this is long overdue, please build it. And that in conjunction with, I also mentioned in my questioning, the Ellesmere BRT, which is going to run from the Oshawa Town Centre to the Scarborough Town Centre. We really need much more rapid transit in Scarborough. It's long overdue. I look forward to this one complementing the express bus route I had put on Markham Road, the bus route that runs through my ward and Councillor Crawford's ward from Victoria Park to the University of Toronto Scarborough. There's much more to come. I know this is only the first step. And I also want to thank all of the staff that have been working on this, and I ask for everybody's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Any questions of the mover? Okay, if there are none, then we would move on to Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
I'm taking carriage of Councillor Lai's motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Put
that
up.
A couple as well.
There we go.
The screen. That is relating to Shepherd, I believe, and talking about a consultation. And then the second one is with regard to Lawrence. Does the clerk have that? And that's with regard, that's slowing down Lawrence Avenue East, and I'll talk a bit about that. And I believe there's a third one. That's a much shorter one. And that's prioritizing busways on streets that do not have an existing LRT or subway above or below ground. Just I'll speak generally to the report, Mr. Mayor, and I'm supportive of the report. I'm supportive of the busway on Eglinton Avenue East. I've had discussions with staff. I think where we've that's easily supportive. I think we kind of lost our way because at the TTC commission meeting, I think I'm the only one in the executive that sits on the board as well. We kind of lost our way and got a little bit off track talking about a whole lot of other routes that came as somewhat of a surprise to other members of council. I know Councillor Lai wasn't aware of what was going on Shepherd, and I certainly, there were motions moved that took us all by surprise with regard to Lawrence, and you know, the fundamental reality is that I know that there were a lot of deputants that wished to move quickly on this, but I think what we heard from a lot of the other deputants is you've got to go through the proper processes, and sometimes speed inhibits that process. I know that they would like to move faster, and Mr. Mayor, everybody would like to move faster, whether you're in a car, a bike, or in a bus. The fundamental reality is we only have so much space on the road, and we all have to share it. And so buses might move faster, but cars are going to move slower, and vice versa. So there has to be a proper balance. And what we do know is while we want the buses to move faster, we do know congestion is in the pre-COVID world, and once we get past this, congestion continues to be a problem that plagues our city, and we can't put busways on every single street. There are a lot of families that need cars to get around. Not everybody has can take transit. Also, our road users, many of them use it to transport goods, and we have a very strong construction industry. We can't have, we can't transport building materials like cement and bricks on a bus. It has to move around our city. All those goods have to move around, and we have to have those important arteries have to remain clear. And while we have to have I accept that we have to have busways in some circumstances, we can't have them on all roads. Councillor Lai spoke to Shepherd. I think she spoke quite effectively. With regard to Lawrence, I think that needs to be delayed because with the completion of the Eglinton Crosstown, the Lawrence Avenue bus will no longer go to the Young Line at Eglinton Station, and I think there are going to be a lot of changes there. So I'd like to see that delayed until we can do a full analysis of how that change impacts the ridership and the traffic on Lawrence Avenue East, which right now is much worse because of the Eglinton Crosstown and the additional traffic that's there. So I think we put an exclamation point on the consultation, moving carefully and getting the proper data piece. And I hope that everyone involved takes that to heart when we move forward with any of these initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The Deputy Mayor put the motion on, of course, on behalf of Councillor Lai, but he put the motion, and so therefore he's able to answer questions on that if anybody has any. Did you have one, Councillor Carroll?
Well, just a quick one.
I guess theoretically I'm not allowed to allow you to ask a question now that I think of it. I mean, just because you're not a member of the committee. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just thought of that. I'm
just trying to understand how the motion is different from what is already happening.
Well, maybe we'll just let the Deputy Mayor have a minute to answer that, just in the public interest, even though it's slightly out of line on procedure. So, Deputy Mayor, do you want to just talk about that for a sec?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, which piece?
She just said what's different about this motion.
I think what you heard,
Yeah. What's different about it than what's already happening? I think it just sets out.
The report. We've ordered the report, and as Ms. Gray points out, will then be followed by consultation and public meetings. So I just want to be sure of what's different.
Well, I mean, there are certain parts of that motion that are different. For example, I think there was a part that described what type of meeting should take place. But I think what Councillor Lai's motion captures is that while it was verbally said staff are going to do this, if it's captured in a written motion, it becomes they must do that. So this is the committee just saying this is explicitly what we want you to do. And in terms of I think as we saw from the deputants, they wanted more clarity in what this does in terms of the written word. It creates the clarity and direction of staff and what executive committee and ultimately what council wants done.
Okay, I have no problem. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Then that brings us to Deputy Mayor Michael Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to simply begin by thanking all those who came out to speak this morning on this particular issue. Clearly, what we heard from folks is that they wanted things to be accelerated and to move faster. I want to thank the TTC staff and Barbara Gray and her team for obviously responding to the questions that were asked today and the report that's in front of us. My ward is affected by Lawrence Avenue, as well as the Eglinton East Corridor. I'm just to the north. So my residents, along with others, will benefit greatly. The $8 million that we are investing in this opportunity in terms of a priority bus lane and the frequency of bus travel in this area is going to be a great benefit to a vast array of people who currently are challenged with respect to transit. So focusing on our priority, focusing on accelerating, and focusing on a way to expand in the most expedient way possible to create better transit in this area. And certainly we know the report is not simply about Scarborough. We talk about Jane Street and so on. And overall, we're looking at an overarching transit perspective to create better flow, to be able to allow people to get to and from work or wherever they're going in a much more timely and safe manner. I think the point that is being made around consultation is extremely important. In as much as we want to respond to the pandemic, the expansion of bus lanes and priority along our major corridors has impact, and those impacts have got to be discussed. Ms. Gray talked about alignment and some of the challenges in terms of how to create the priority lanes and so on. It's similar to Lawrence Avenue, and I support the motion that's been moved by Councillor Min Wong for Lawrence Avenue, and of course I support the motion that's been moved on behalf of Councillor Lai, because it's extremely important for us to engage the community, to have their input as part of the process. Ms. Gray and the DTC are very clear that they're very supportive of this, but I think from an instructive perspective, we have to provide instructions to staff so that they can respond to the comments that we as members of council are hearing from our respective communities and so on, and in collaboration in totality in terms of the overview and the overarching comments and points that we made about the priority lanes for transit. I want to ensure, though, that we have enough buses to be able to support the expansion. And if I can just take a moment just to touch on the Pickering Ellesmere BRT. There are at least one of my community associations that are very much against this and so on, and it has impact for a number of reasons, obviously. And it's really important for staff to ensure that they consult. And I say staff, and I realize this is not a TTC project or the City of Toronto. It's a Metrolinx project, and we do have a problem with respect to communication and consulting with Metrolinx. It seems that decisions are made, and then they follow up with potentially wanting to talk to the community and the residents. And I think that's a real problem. And quite frankly, we need to address that. And I think the efforts are being made to do that. But all in all, I think this is a win-win situation for everyone. It's an opportunity where a small amount of investment is being made, which is $8 million, and it has great impact for the betterment of transit for Scarborough. And we support this idea around ensuring that there's full consultation as we roll out other areas in the city, particularly along Lawrence Avenue, which I'm impacted. Was not happy with respect to the decision that was just sort of made, a me too approach without any consultation. So this sets the direction correctly for consultation. And I look forward to playing a role in this process. And again, thank the staff and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. You had no motion, so there won't be any questions there. Are there others wishing to speak on this? Okay, we've got Councillors Nunziata and Crawford. So, Councillor Nunziata, over to you.
Thank you. I'll just speak briefly. I know other members of council have spoken about the consultation, which is important to me. I think it's important for us to do it right. I know that when we did the TTC right away along St. Clair Avenue, in my opinion, I don't believe that we consulted with the community as much as we should have, and it caused problems later. And I don't want that to happen. In particular, Jane Street with me, and that's why I asked the question to staff. It's important that we do consult with the community at large, because there is an existing issue now along Jane Street and 401 where we have motorists going down the residential streets, a shortcut to get to the major streets. So we want to prevent that, and that's why I asked that question, that we need to, the local councillors need to be involved in it. The consultation meeting should be in different languages as well. I agree. So I'm looking forward to that consultation process, but we have to really be careful that we, that we do it right, and that we don't have the same problem that we did along St. Clair Avenue. So I will be supporting what we have before us, and I'm looking forward to the consultations with staff and with my community. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too want to put my support towards the information or the decisions that are before us. And I do support the Eglinton East expansion. It goes through a large part of the north part of my ward. We've got the LRT that's already working its way across the Kennedy, and I think this will just enhance the transit opportunities all across that part of the ward. And I think Scarborough, I think as we heard from a number of the deputants, that Scarborough has not had the same kind of opportunities for transit across the city that other parts have had, and I do recognize that. So I want to absolutely support, I think, this project. What I really want to talk about, and it has been touched upon by a few of the councillors already, is it's more cautionary that we do provide proper consultation and information gathering to residents. Sometimes when you look at the lack of public consultation, that has the ability to erode public trust. And in what we do, we need to ensure that the public are fully behind us when we're making decisions, whether you support them or not. And it's, and when we're accelerating plans, we have accelerated plans on affordable housing with active TO bike lanes and of course with transit here. And I think it's important that we do that in light of what's been happening with COVID over the last number of months. But we really have to go back to recognize how important it is to have proper consultation. And if we have to slow down a little bit to ensure that we have every opportunity to inform residents, I think we have to look at that. And I speak from experience. I have supported accelerating plans for affordable housing, active TO bike lanes in my ward, and now this one here. And I have felt and I've seen the impact of
the consultation that may not be appropriate, or the shock that some residents find out once a decision has been made. And sometimes we make the decision, then we go and have the conversation with it. That also doesn't help out. One good example would be in the bike lanes on Brimley. They were put in, we accelerated the plans, I supported it, we got them in, but they were put in fairly quickly in haste. In fact, we had to go back and make some changes. And if we'd had the proper consultation with our transportation staff, we may have looked at and found that particular mistake. So I think it's critically important that we really look at the consultation component of this. And I know on the Eglinton Avenue East, there's been a lot of consultation, as Councillor Ainsley had mentioned. I think the community wants this. They probably would have preferred an LRT, but I think this is going to meet the needs of the that section of Scarborough. So I will be supporting the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Are there others wishing to speak who have not yet spoken? Deputy Mayor Bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a motion as well, and it is also emphasizing the need of consultation. I know that we're out consulting on those two, that we have lanes, but I think that we should start engaging the communities on the next three right away. I think that it is extremely important that we start having the conversation sooner rather than later. I think these consultations should feed into the transit network implementation study. The consultations that were done, I think were, very high level. I'm specifically talking about Dufferin. Dufferin is a street that we've been asking TTC and asking the Transportation Department to look into this bus route and how to improve the bus route. So there has been small little improvements that have been done, but we need TTC and Transportation to look into the route. There's a very, very high level of development coming, thousands and thousands of units along the route. Actually, with the previous chair, Josh Cole and I, we actually brought to ask planning to give us the number of units around along the route over the next few years, and it was astronomical numbers. From what I recall, it was in the thousands, and so the pressure that we have today is just going to increase, and I think it is important that we start involving the communities in this consultation as well, and especially in corridors that have challenges. Like Dufferin is going to be one that is going to be a challenging corridor. It has a lot of residential areas as well. So we need to have these conversations. And we need to start by having the conversations with the city that we did, which was, the city is growing. We need to create a transit network. And a transit network, yes, includes the subways, yes, includes the LRTs, but it also needs to include projects like this. We can't build subways everywhere. We can't build LRTs everywhere. And it is important that we have projects like we've seen with the King Street pilot that is no longer a pilot, but some of these bus lanes that we can have huge impact in a much shorter period of time and significantly less capital expenditure. And I think that we need to take that into consideration. The communities that we're helping, the equity lens. But like many of my colleagues did mention in here, we need to take all that into consideration. We need to push that vision forward, but we need to consult with the community, understand the local needs. I think that makes an important project really, really important. I think that we've seen when we involve the local communities how they can actually enhance the projects and actually bring to our attention issues that a lot of times not even our staff are as aware, and sometimes data doesn't just describe it, because those are the people that live there in that area. And I think it is important to have those conversations sooner rather than later. Understanding that we need to move on these projects at a fairly quick pace. And that's why I'm extremely supportive of supporting the acceleration of this line here today. I'm looking forward to seeing the results that we're going to be receiving on the data collection. I think that's important work that staff will be doing as well, to make sure that as we move more and more of these projects, we are also learning from the implementation and the data collection that we have here on Eglinton East. And as many residents actually expressed, many of these communities have been waiting for rapid transit for a long, long time. So I think it is upon us to move forward with these projects, support staff for the report that they have here today, and get on with the this Eglinton East that, as we heard from many of the deputants, it's long overdue. So, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And there was a motion there. Any questions on the motion? Okay. Other speakers? I think there's nobody left except me. I think everybody else has spoken. So on that note, if I might, I'll just reset the clock here. So first of all, may I say thank you as well to the staff who've worked so hard on this over a long period of time, and to all the members of the executive, and to the visiting members of council, and to all the deputants. I do want to address some of the comments we heard, I think from a fair number of the deputants this morning, who I think we're all coming from the same place, and I say that figuratively and perhaps literally. I sit here as mayor strongly in favor of the principle of what we're doing here, and strongly in favor of the notion of accelerating these projects, including the one that's on the table today for acceleration at a pace that I think has it literally in operation later this year. And I think that is another example of some of the things that we have done with transportation infrastructure and other things during the course of the pandemic that are not solely done because of the pandemic, but I think have proven that we can move to get these things done as quickly as possible, but at the same time to do them properly. And I think that's the main theme I want to adopt today, and I hear other people more or less doing the same thing. The reason that Eglinton can move forward is not just because we've had the will to accelerate it at the commission level and also here, I believe, at council, at executive committee, and ultimately at council, but because a lot of the work had been done, including, if you look at the report, a lot of public consultation, thousands of people involved in surveys and meetings of different kinds so that their voice could be heard in putting this project on the table. And so I would just say that that we just have to follow that model. And one of the reasons I asked the questions I did today of the staff was in order to determine, after listening to fairly harsh criticism of the timetable proposed for the Jane Street project, and certainly what I heard from the staff made me feel entirely comfortable that we're doing Jane Street as quickly as they would deem advisable. I'm not trying to put words in their mouth, but they talked about things ranging all the way from the complexities of the design, given the differences in this stretch of roadway all the way from the top to the bottom, from north to south, but also the complexities of making sure that we consult the public properly. And that is a process that really hasn't begun. And I asked the question specifically, well, how long would that take to conduct a process similar to Eglinton East? And I was told, I believe I was told 8 to 9 months. 8 to 9 months puts us into the spring of next year. And if you assume there is the design work to be done and a variety of other things set out on that figure that I made reference to, then the timetable that's put forward actually is an accelerated timetable. And this is, to me, part of the challenge of dealing with the comments of those who came. And I respect absolutely their right to come and say whatever they wish, but I just think that, what they say that the public might listen to is a bit misleading, to say the least, because they comment as if we're all sitting around here finding ways to bog these things down, when in fact we're sitting here talking about ways in which we can accelerate them, including Jane Street, and then on from there. But of course, the other ones we're talking about, including those most recently added to the list, and by the way, I'd say parenthetically, I do not believe it is a good way to make public policy after a very carefully researched report written by TTC staff who are our experts. It's not quite as serious a life or death matter compared to accepting or not accepting the advice of the medical officer of health during the pandemic, but I'm proud to say that I've accepted the advice of the medical officer of health all the way through that. Why? Because the medical officer of health is a doctor and is an expert in health-related matters, and our staff wrote up a report indicating where could we go first, knowing you can't do everything at once and accelerate bus-only lanes. And they came back with 5 corridors. And I think it is not the best way to make public policy or make public decisions to just add those willy-nilly. And I say that in respect of staff members or elected representatives to be doing that. But then once you've done that, I guess the important thing to me is that once you've decided on what your list is, then that you put it in some kind of priority, because you can't do everything at once. And most important, even if you do put them all down as on equal footing, that you do it properly. Do it properly. We see so many decisions that are made around here that really do, if you're truthful about it, represent less than excellent public policy, because they're tagged on to the end of some motion moved at the last hour of the last day of a city council meeting. And I think the public expect us to do better than that. And I believe very strongly that if you want to maintain public confidence in things like this that do bring about changes to the status quo, and they're positive changes and probably needed changes, you have to do it in a way that maintains public confidence. And that means that you do the consultation. I've seen even in emergency circumstances, such as with shelters and things like that, where I was absolutely convinced of the rightness of us having to move without very much consultation because we had an emergency, that you just don't get the same kind of result in terms of people buying in and maintaining confidence in it if you don't consult. And so at the root of every one of the motions, which I will support, as I conclude, which I will support, is consultation with the community. And that does take some time, as does proper design, and so on. And so I just say the one theme that I come away from today with, listening to my colleagues and listening to the staff answers, is that we have to do these things properly, and that involves, as much as anything else, consultation that need not be dragged out, but needs to be done thoroughly to maintain and to build public confidence and understanding. And so I thank everybody for what has been a good discussion, and I think we're ready to deal with the motions and with the item as a whole. Do I have a motion that I was supposed to have moved here? I apologize. Okay. And this didn't get done earlier by Councillor Ainsley. It's my fault entirely. I didn't realize I had this one. It is a motion to adopt the recommendations from the TTC board. City Council requests the City of Toronto work with Scarborough agencies to identify local youth. This wasn't moved by Councillor Ainsley? Okay. To paint the required lines. I heard somebody answer that it would be maybe better if we broadened that out, but nonetheless. And then to ask the Office of Recovery and Rebuild to advocate for federal provincial funding to accelerate the implementation of the bus lane implementation plan and the work done by Toronto Transit Commission for emergency relief funding. So I apologize for not putting that at the beginning. And I'm certainly able to answer questions on it if people wish to ask. Are there any questions on this motion? Okay, well then it is time to do the motions, of which there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then of course the.
Sorry, Mayor Tory.
Yes,
it's Councillor Ainsley.
Yes, Councillor.
I didn't get a chance to ask this earlier. I just wanted to know if staff, this is going to council. They did provide a map in the presentation. I was just wondering if that map could have Centennial College added to it, as well as the different priority neighborhoods that are along the Eglinton East corridor.
The first part was, you just skipped out a bit there. It's the priority neighborhoods to be put on there, as well as what else?
Centennial College, which is at Ellesmere and Morningside. They kind of put Centennial College and UTSC together.
Can the staff just tell us that they'd be happy to make that change to the map just before we get on to voting here?
We'd be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the first
Thanks,
motion is motion 1A from Councillor Pasternak. There it is, and has to do with allowing some other report from the CEO to allow for other things to be done in the bus-only lanes. I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? I have to see the members if I could. There we go. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion 1B, also from Councillor Pasternak, if we could show that. Thank you. And it is, again, a request from the CEO to collect community feedback for each transit priority corridor before they're fast-tracked and implemented. It's a common theme here. I'll be ready to call the question on that. Just give me 1 sec. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next is motion 2 from Councillor Ainsley. To do with the release of data and an open data set. Ready for the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And then motion 3A from Deputy Mayor Denzel Min Wong. And this has to do with Shepherd Avenue East and consultation with local councillors and so on. Ready for the question? All those in favor? Everybody's hand's already up. Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Motion 3B from Deputy Mayor Min Wong. And this has to do with Lawrence and a study and consultation. Ready for the question? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then finally, motion 3B from Deputy Mayor Denzil Minnan-Wong. And it is to do with the prioritization of busways on streets that do not have existing LRTs or subways above or below ground. And I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Bringing us to motion 4 from Deputy Mayor Bailau. Has to do with Dufferin Street, as I recall. There it is. Robust consultation process for Dufferin Street. Ready for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And finally, motion 5 for myself that has to do with community benefits, as it were, local young people employed, and to do with getting some money from the other governments to help us with this plan. Ready for the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then the item as amended, and perhaps we'll do a recorded vote on this one if we could. I can do that. Councillor Ainsley?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Bailau?
In favor?
Councillor Crawford?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong?
In favor.
Councillor Nunziata?
In favor?
Councillor Pasternak?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Thompson?
In favor.
And myself as mayor in favor. Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. So it's carried unanimously with thanks to all concerned. And so on we go. Now, if I can find that sheet that I had left that shows me what we have. There we are. No, that's not it. There we are. I have it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. The next item, I guess, reverting back, we're just sticking to the order of the agenda, would be item EX 15.5. Now I'm just trying to find, there we go. And that was held down by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you.
Do you have questions of staff, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, questions of staff, yes.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, can you tell us why Payet is being recommended as the preferred vendor and why we have a sole source on this item?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson. There's a few folks on the line, but I'll start if I may first. What's important to do, and I think it's really clear to actually really outline the reason why we want partnerships. It's clear that we have to accelerate and modernize government. Reimagining our services from a digital equitable perspective has been really important. We know that 86% of our services public facing can be digitized. We also know through the pandemic, there's been increased demands for digital interactions at an unprecedented rate, and business as usual is not an option. And we know that residents, businesses, visitors before COVID actually, and before the pandemic, always want a seamless, reliable experience on One Toronto, just like they have with their banks, and obviously including accessibility. So one of the things that we wanted to make sure is that we looked at this from that perspective. So creating and getting scale and accelerating digital services is what we're looking for. So partnerships were really important here. I'm going to ask Lawrence to talk about Payet itself, but I think it's important to outline we needed agility, scale, acceleration. We wanted to transfer risk and obviously capital investment and to explore different opportunities. So I'll ask Lawrence to talk just about Payet itself, but I thought it was important to actually just talk about the partnership and why we want one outside of just Payet overall.
Thank you.
That's you all done then, Deputy Mayor Thompson?
No, I thought Mr. Atia was going to be commenting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, okay.
Mayor Tory, Lawrence is just going to talk about Payet specifically.
Just because he didn't come on, I didn't know whether he wasn't here or whatever.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay.
He should be there somewhere.
No, it's just a matter of the technology. It's my fault.
Okay.
Lawrence, are you there?
He's there.
Through the chair, can you hear me? I am here.
There you are. Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you. You look like a blank wall at the moment, but that's nothing personal. Anyway, we can hear you, so maybe you could start and maybe the video will sort itself out.
Okay. Thank you very much. Through the chair, Payet is an organization that was formed in 2013 out of Kansas in the States, and they're focused 100% on digital in terms of the acceleration of services within digital focused on the government. They are also focused on the space in terms of financial tech, which is called fintech. They have been in a core business, as Josie has alluded to, on accelerating digital services for government, building partnerships, and also ensuring that the risk is transferred. So why does that mean? Is that their business model is based on not actually procuring licenses as the traditional way, but ensuring that the risk is moved in terms of an adoption rate. So their services are actually awarded based on the adoption rates they provide to their citizens and residents. Their technology also focuses very much in line in terms of scale, the ability to ensure that as they grow the service and as the residents and the public and the citizenship grow the service, it grows with that respect. And their technology platform is very much aligned in terms of the way the City of Toronto is approaching from a private partnership, as well as from a technology view of presentation to the actual public. So they're an acceleration business. I think they align in terms of the ability for us, how we're introducing technology partners into the city. And they've demonstrated through the proof of concepts that we conducted with them, their ability to move very quickly in a matter of weeks in terms of digital adoption for the city. So I'll pause on that.
Thank you. Maybe, Mr. Mayor, I should have asked for a presentation, just using up my time. Can you then tell me how the actual system work in terms of it's a user pay system, or is it a combination of user pay plus the city making a payment and or investment as the term has been utilized? And then just the second part of the question, or the third part of the question is, what are the category of city services that could be realized as part of a payment system that Payit actually brings to the equation?
Deputy Mayor Thompson, we're going to have Sim Hussain, who's going to respond to this question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know how much time I have left. So
You have time to ask one more question because it's 4:58.
Yes. Hi, through the chair. Thank you for the question. Really quickly, so Payit is paid in two ways. There is a transaction fee that is on a per service basis. So they're only paid if there is digital adoption through their platform. And then there is a second component which involves providing more payment choice. So if a customer chooses to pay through electronic funds transfer, then the city will cover the cost. So in that scenario, there is no cost to our residents or businesses for transacting this way. However, if the customer chooses to pay by credit card online, then that processing fee will be covered by our customers, and that would be 2.35%. To answer the second part of your question, Deputy Mayor, in terms of the scope of services, so right now proposed in the report are two parts. Number one would be three revenue services, being property tax, utility payments, and parking fines. And then the second group being Toronto building permits and city development planning applications. Those are the 5 services that are proposed as in scope. We do envision, if this is a successful partnership, that we would grow this platform and we would grow the number of services to permits and licenses to really build that kind of cohesive experience for residents and businesses in Toronto.
All right. That's the end of your question time, Councillor Deputy Mayor Thompson. Thank you very much, and thank you to the staff. Are there others wishing to ask questions of staff? Councillor Ainsley, and then Deputy Mayor Viola.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Through you, I believe it's to Lawrence. Lawrence, can you talk about a bit about the risk around this, what the risk is to the city, and why we wouldn't be doing this in-house ourselves at this point?
Thank you. Through the mayor, through the chair. I think in terms of the risk, I would state that the risk is actually put more in terms of the Payit side. So based on the fact that from an adoption standpoint, the service does not scale if public doesn't adopt it. In terms of the actual solution from the viewpoint is it's built on their particular platform, and that platform will be actually housed or located within a cloud provider, which essentially in this case would be Amazon Web Services to scale. So from a risk standpoint, what we could say is that there is a plan B if based on the term, which is a 3-year and 2 1-year piece, that Payage chooses to walk away from us. We also have a plan D that based on the intellectual property and the knowledge gained, that we would transition that to ourselves to actually build. Based on your second question, could we do it ourselves? I think the key piece is that comes in the acceleration. They have provided other services of this nature to other locations in terms of government entities in the states. They have provided the ability to scale on that piece. So it comes to the fact is that from a prioritization of for us to accelerate digital, is this a service we really want to build in-house? We have demonstrated over the past few weeks that we can actually build some of these services, but the key is that through partnership and through the ecosystem, our approach is that we need to utilize some of the industry sector, industry expertise to make this happen very fast. So I would say the risk is very low in terms of this solution because they own most of the risk. And the ability for us to do it is based on the fact that we choose to actually work with the ecosystem and the technology knowledge that's already been proven in how Payage have launched this solution in other jurisdictions.
Okay, and the servers. So there's some concerns I've seen around security of data. This is on a cloud server, and the servers for them is going to be located here in Canada, correct?
Yes, through the chair, they're partnering with Amazon Web Services, which is actually a cloud provider that the city uses. They're going to locate that infrastructure in Canada. AWS or Amazon Web Services is located in Canada. They're going to move the actual platform and install it on the servers of Amazon Web Services, which is based in Canada. And it follows as well, if council recall, the digital infrastructure principles and plan, which one of that was about privacy and security. So the city will go through its due diligence of privacy and security to ensure that those servers, which are going to be based in Canada, are compliant to the actual city guidelines.
Okay, and then Lawrence, on page 4 of the report.
Last question, Councillor Ainsley.
Okay, on page 4 of 12, Lawrence, getting past the technological speak, the advantages or benefits of doing this. You talk about right in the center, taking the average counter costs of about $10 in revenue, what it's costing us down to $3, reducing the number of payment processes and touch points down from what we have now at 22 down to 1. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I'll hand to Josie, will hand that to a SIM or to our controller, Andrew Flynn, to be able to answer that question quickly.
So Councillor Ainsley, we'll ask Andrew Flynn, our controller, to respond to this, please. Andrew.
So thank you, Josie. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So that's correct, Councillor Ainsley. Obviously, that will take some time to move us through the 22 processing systems that we have now down to 1. That would certainly be the goal. There will be a series of additional efficiencies that would come through. For example, payment card compliance costs would be reduced. There would be there's notification costs relative to sending to taxpayers that we would no longer incur mailing costs. So there's a number of efficiencies that will follow through, in addition to the strict counter costs, which are going to be driven by the digital adoption in any case.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. And then I had next was Deputy Mayor Bilo to ask questions of staff.
Thank you, Mayor. So even if we were to build it inside or more traditional way, you would always have to have a payment system partner, correct?
Through the chair, yes, you would always need to have a payment partner at some stage to make those transactions occur.
So this per transaction fee would most of them also charge that as well?
Through the chair, Andrew, would you want to respond to that?
Certainly, through the chair, Deputy Mayor, you're correct. Our current payment provider would continue to charge us a fee.
And so you also said that they're doing it on their platform. So if we don't come to an agreement after the 3 or 5 years or something, how easy is it going to be for us to restart with somebody else?
Through the chair, it would not be difficult for us to restart with somebody else. We currently have on our existing payment platform provider now. We would just look through from a technology standpoint, redirecting the way that from a technology architecture we've built to whatever new payment provider we have selected. So from that plan B, it would not be difficult in terms of redirecting to that new payment provider.
And in the report, you talk about a third-party market assessment that you did because this is a sole source. So did they look at what components did they look like? I'm more interested in, I know that they said that they're unique, but what about fees? Were they competitive? The cost of the project going this route versus a more traditional route? Capacity issues, all those things. But did the market, the third-party market assessment look into things like this?
Through the chair, the market, the report that was done by Gartner more focused in terms of the actual ability of growth and scale based on where Payit was in terms of the market right now. It did not go specifically in terms of the fees or that component, but it looked at in terms of the trajectory of where Payit was now and their ability to handle that capacity.
So who looked into the costing of this going this route versus any other route?
We'll ask Ashley Andrew to talk about the fees per se, and then Asim can also augment that.
So Josie, I think Asim can certainly do the modeling answer best.
Yeah. Through the chair, Deputy Mayor Bailey, the way that we looked at this opportunity was not an apples to apples comparison to the current payment provider, because the current payment provider provides an experience where we stand up an online service and then you are taken to a third-party payment page to transact the payment. And what we were looking at is acceleration for digital government experience, a digital government platform. And so the fees that we are negotiating or would negotiate with Payit, would be likely higher, but that is because we are getting so much more for that. It's not just a payment service; it's a full digital government experience with app and mobile.
But what I'm asking is, there's other people in the market that can provide that. How did you compare in a traditional way, going with some of the companies that do that and this method?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's where Gartner gave us some ideas of where Payit is in the marketplace, as well as who their competitors are. And, they gave us quite a few to look at. And the ones that we looked at, some were stronger in payment, some were strong in AI, some were strong on the kind of intake of an application. There were very few, there was really only one other that they said intersects this space of government platform in the financial payment sector. And that was a company also out of the US called NIC. And when they assessed the two, their position was Payit of the two is the more younger, agile, forward-leaning platform. And they also, one key difference is that they take on their client branding as opposed to branding it.
Just a very quick question I want to put it in before my 5 minutes is up. Are you addressing
just made it under the wire, Deputy Mayor Bailey?
Yes, under the wire, just one very last. So this is, we are going to be their biggest client. Are you going to be addressing in our contract the risk that we run as well? I think that, if there's a capacity issue, for example, are you going to be addressing there that, there's some penalties toward the provider if that's the case, if they don't have the capacity to service?
So Deputy Mayor, as part of the negotiation, that will be definitely there. There'll be more around that piece and other elements of code development that we're going to be doing with them too. Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bilow. Got that last one in under the wire. Are there others? That was the end of the list I had. Just looking to see. No. Okay, well, if there are no more questions, then we can move to speakers. Who would like to? So let's start with Deputy Mayor Thompson, and then we have Councillor Ainsley. Those are the first two.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank Josie Cioli and her team, Mr. Redha and others for the presentation. Mr. Mayor, I have been speaking to staff about this particular FinTech government gov opportunity for quite some time. And I know that when I first spoke with staff, there were a variety of concerns that I had, but staff already had those concerns and they were working through them. I spent about an hour, about a week ago, speaking with staff again on this issue of this item. And I think it's extremely important that I can say, with respect to my concerns, they have been addressed. Having been involved with other acquisition or purchasing of equipment to build our own, and we have suffered greatly, not so much the city directly, but specifically on the police, had that experience. And so I've used some of those experience and processes to, if you will, analyze what we have in front of us. And I can tell you that I'm very pleased to move the report that's in front of us with the recommendations. This is an opportunity for us to look at innovation, to look at how we digitize the city services, and we look at providing our citizens, residents, with greater flexibility. We experienced during COVID where we had the experience where people wanted to pay their taxes and couldn't because we had deferrals, but some people didn't want to accept the deferrals and so on, yet it was a problem for them. I also looked into this company itself and recognized they've got a niche in the marketplace with respect to how they are facilitating their services, specifically with finance and government. I've also looked at other places around the world where other services are being utilized, and the staff are correct. There are unique differences that we require that, although being offered by other companies around the world, it doesn't fit our need. And I think that at this point in time, this unique service that's being offered by Payet and the opportunity that staff are negotiating in terms of the collaborative relationship, as well as a potential opportunity where the citizens can benefit greatly. I asked questions, and so that Deputy Mayor Bilow around the costs and so on. And I'm satisfied with respect to the information that's been presented to me by staff around the sort of, fees that are being paid. I think the general public and our residents will be quite happy going forward, knowing that we are, through this process, looking at being more efficient. Just in terms of wrapping up, the counter cost that's been mentioned, I think that's extremely important. The efficiency, and to the question that Councillor Ainsley asked around cost and the implications, that's a great quantum in terms of what our benefits will be in terms of the efficiency and the cost reduction. And I think it's really important at the same time that we're not really tying ourselves to a wagon that is going to be some distance in the future where we can't get away and move to another platform should there be a problem, because there's always a possibility of a problem, of course, but I'm delighted that the staff have done the real work and the due diligence in order to bring this report forward. So thank you very much to the staff again. Those are my remarks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Thompson. Next is Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I'm very happy to move the recommendations in this report. I want to thank Josie Cioli and all of her team for the work that they've put into this and their due diligence. And Mayor Tory, I always go back when it comes to things like this, when you first asked me to chair the General Government and Licensing Committee, and I joked about dragging the City of Toronto into the 21st century. And I think this is another component of that process. People have come to expect an easy-to-use digital experience for managing their day-to-day lives. With the ease of one click, they can order an Uber, order food from the local grocery store, any number of home essentials from Amazon. And I think now when they look at municipal government, they don't want long wait times sitting in a government office. They know it's time and money. We know on our side of things, it's time is money. And there's a growing resentment from residents when they have that easy-to-use digital experience in their home, but when they interact with government, they come away from their interaction with government in a frustrating way. So I think Pay It has come to us. They're a very interesting platform. I did a lot of due diligence. One of my concerns I raised was the risk, because if you look at this company's based in Missouri, companies in the United States don't have a good track record in dealing with data and privacy restrictions. Just recently, the European Union canceled an agreement with the United States over concerns about privacy of data. I was very happy to see that Payet's going to be having their own servers and digital platform here in Canada, so we know it's protected. They have a high security measure. They deal mostly with government in the United States, but they're here in Canada. And I think this goes a long way, as I said earlier, to getting us into the 21st century. So I once again want to thank staff for all of their work and diligence on this, and I would ask everybody to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Let's see now. Who else has their hand up to speak? Anybody? Going once, going twice. All right, well, may I just, let me set the clock here. I just want to say a couple of words about this. First of all, I want to echo the words of all the councillors and deputy mayors who spoke, which is to say thank you to the staff. You know, we have resolved to ourselves, I think the electorate have told us in elections when we've talked about these kinds of things, that they want us and they expect us to do better. And, you know, I was going to interrupt Councillor Ainsley for a moment and say that as opposed to dragging us into the 21st century, the 20th century would be a good start, because the number of clipboards and pens and you know, wickets that are still in place in government are actually, you know, much more prevalent. It's just a fact that it's still more of a fact in governments, not just the City of Toronto's government. And I think we have to do better and do more. And I think the pandemic, frankly, has really helped us. If you look in the area of a lot of the permits that are now, as a result of hard work done during the relatively short period, I know it seemed like an eternity of the pandemic, we have proven that you can do these things, you know, quicker than might have been the case previously, and sweep aside some of the you know, the concerns that exist and that can be resolved quicker than might have been the case before. And of course, doing it better means two things, at least. One, which is most important to me, is improved customer satisfaction. And our customers, of course, are the citizens, the residents, the taxpayers of Toronto. And two, reduced cost. And we heard about that in answer to some of the questions, that there's a significant opportunity for us to save on a per transaction basis as we move to a digital world. And people like, if nothing else, the convenience of being able to do it themselves on their own time, even though they're doing more of the work because they're sitting at a keyboard doing it themselves. The second thing is speed of implementation. And again, I don't take away for a second from the words that I spoke on the earlier item to do with Eglinton East about the need to do it properly. But the speed of implementation can often, quite frankly, be enhanced by the fact that you invite someone whose expertise is in this area in to do it on a kind of turnkey basis, as opposed to us trying to do something inside the city itself. We can do a good job. Again, we proved that during the pandemic with some of the things like the PPE database and so on that were developed in wartime speed. But if you get a pile of those things, which we have presently in front of us, partially because of the pandemic, I think in this case, where we've been waiting so long and where there is someone with established expertise, we're better off to have an outside supplier. You heard of the diligence that had been performed with respect to this supplier versus others, because we are forming a unique partnership with this supplier. And I think I'm satisfied, certainly, I'm very satisfied at the thoroughness of all of the answers we heard from staff today. Together with the report, it shows that their homework was done so that the taxpayers can know that we've got something here that may not represent perfection. There may be things along the way that represent bumps in the road, but they've certainly done their homework. And in that regard, I would point out that part of that is an assessment of the risk. And the risk on our side is the fact that the thing doesn't work, quote unquote. But the risk, I think, is much more so on the other side to make it work, because if nobody uses it because it doesn't work, or nobody uses it because it isn't better as an experience for them than what we have today, then they stand to have lost a lot in putting the platform in place and not getting paid for it. So I too will heartily support. I heard we have 2 or 3 people ready to move the recommendations. I will just vote for it. We'll let somebody else move it. But I think this is something that is a step forward for us, and now the task will be to replicate this in other areas, replicate it in the sense of getting into a situation where we can have better service for our customers and a lower cost, because that is something that we simply have to do as a government for a whole variety of reasons that people are familiar with. So thank you. I think, Deputy Mayor, are you ready to go? Deputy Mayor Thompson, you're putting up your hand to vote? Okay, right. So I'm ready to call the question. I don't think there's any motions here, so we just have the item itself. And I will call the question of all those in favor of the item. Opposed? Carried unanimously. And thanks again to the staff for a job well done. All the answers were good, the report was good, and good luck with the project itself. Fine then. That now brings us then to item 15.18, and that's been held down for a deputation. And I just pull that list out here. We have Miroslav Glavic speaking on the item which is on the establishment of a community police office at 200 Poplar Road. Mr. Glavic, are you still with us?
Can you hear me?
We can. So you know the rules here, sir. You have 5 minutes, and the clock is ticking. Okay,
good. I have spoken about this a few times already. Councillor Ainsley knows my. I am against the community office. This was originally a school, was supposed to be a community center or something like that. At some point, it got changed. 43 Division is less than 2 kilometers east of these locations. This is complete waste of taxpayer dollars. 43 Division can handle things from 4331 Lawrence Avenue East, 1.6 kilometers away. This is complete waste of taxpayer dollars. They can walk, they can come out of the 43 Division, or if 41 Division is close enough, I can't remember where 41 Division is, but this is just replicating something you have less than 2 kilometers east of that location. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Glavic. Thank you for your patience. Are there any questions of the deputy? Are there questions of staff?
Mayor Tory, I have questions of staff.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Ainsley.
Councillor Ainsley?
Yep.
So I'm just trying to get some clarification. When I asked for this in the notes that are in the meeting, in this report, it says, makes reference to the Neighborhood Community Officer Program and the Connected Officer Program. While they're looking at that, they won't consider a substation or some type of office space in the Borden site until those programs are reviewed, but they didn't give any timeline for it in the report. So I'm trying to understand when I can expect something back.
Who do we have answering for this today?
Kind of hoping for somebody from the police.
I was just going to say, they often are sometimes here, sometimes not. Would police or the Police Services Board? I guess it would be the police service itself. So is there anybody on that we know of from the police for this? Because the next two items, both this 18 and 19, are both matters that relate to the police. Pardon me, there isn't? Okay. I'm trying to think of what to do now.
Now I'm smiling, Councillor Thompson.
I think what we may have to do is defer them to the next meeting because I mean, I wouldn't even know where to begin. It's not like we want to have the chief on to answer this because I'm not sure he could. But just in view of it being, and the next one is even more, granular because it's about the data plan.
Yeah. So Mayor Tory, I'm willing to defer this one until the next meeting of the executive committee, and hopefully. For the next one, there will be somebody from the police services
now we could
that can
just
ask questions.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Councillor Ainsley. I see that the one we're on now, the Poplar Road, it is Mr. Teschner. He tends to be easier to reach, and he wrote the report. So we could perhaps just see if we could get him on the line while we defer number 19. What about that? You want to just see if we can get Mr. Teschner on the line? We have to get on the line. Is there some chance, I know Edward from my office is watching, he's not in this room, but maybe Edward Birnbaum could see if Ryan Teschner was available to come on this call, and at least we could dispose of one of these, because putting them over just simply means we're going to have to deal with it next time, that's all. So why don't we do that, and then I don't think there's anybody here, because the report came from Chief Saunders, but I doubt he's the one that's going to, is your question on 19 a detailed kind of question about open data? It's really just about the timing of a response.
So there is, on number 19, there is a deputant.
Oh, of course there is.
I might have some questions for the deputant.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's go down to 19. We'll just put a hold on 18 while we see if Mr. Teschner is available. And is everybody agreeable to that? All right. Let's go to 19, 15.19, and there is a deputant, and that is Mark Richardson from Rich Analytics. Is Mr. Richardson on the line? I see him there.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Richardson, thank you for coming and your patience. And we'll just restart the clock, and you're up.
Okay, I did submit a letter and some support materials on this item, speaking today about the police open data plan. More than 4 years ago, in April 2016, members of the Toronto Civic Tech and Open Data community made our first submission to the Toronto Police Services Board on the need for meaningful, accurate, and public data to be made available as machine-readable open data by the Toronto Police Service. At that time, TPS Board Chair Andy Pringle said that the Police Board wanted to be the best in class at open data and transparency. Over the past 4 years, our Civic Tech volunteers have returned a number of times both to the TPS Board and to Toronto City Council as you adopted the Toronto Police Service's Way Forward Modernization Plan in 2017 and the Toronto Open Data Master Plan in 2018. And you've documented these institutional commitments to greater innovation and transparency at the City of Toronto and within its police service. We were very grateful, Mayor Tory, to the motion you moved last month at Executive about open data compliance. We've written lots of nice documents about open data. We're having a little bit of trouble delivering on those documents and standards that we've defined. We have worked and followed the TPS Analytics Innovation Team under Deputy Chief Shauna Coxon and the development of their public safety portal. We've also worked to ensure that Toronto Police and Toronto Transportation have improved their data for the KSI data, which is their killed and seriously injured data. We still have a problem with it expiring every 10 years, but I understand that that's being worked through. Generally, the public mapping and analytic components of the Toronto Police Service public data portal are very well done. And we do appreciate the efforts that the Toronto Police Service staff have made. But the delivery of machine-readable open data by the Toronto Police Service is sadly lacking. As of today, there are 33 total data and analytics packages posted on the TPS public-facing portal, but only 15 of them are available as open data downloads. And those items only exist on the TPS portal. They don't exist at all on the City of Toronto's open data site. So we'd encourage the mayor and the executive to give clear feedback to the Toronto Police Service Board that they need to go further and move faster to meet your own goals as defined in the transformation report. To our submission today, we attached the Law Enforcement Executive Guide for Open Data from the U.S. Police Foundation. You're looking for a new chief. If any of you are on the hiring committee for the new chief, we would highly recommend that open data and transparency be one of the things that you ask and inquire about during that interview process. We talked in that last motion about the pay it item. the transactional costs savings to the city, you took a $10 per transaction cost and you reduced it to a $3 cost by using Pay It. How much money gets spent within the City of Toronto and within the Toronto Police Service on responding to freedom of information requests, which in many cases are the same kind of request repeated over and over and over again, with a particular business improvement area or residents association or city councillor asking for similar pieces of information. If this information was all just released in a timely manner as open machine readable data, that would be self-service to people. They would not have to be spending the money you're spending on facilitating those FOI requests one at a time. We're active members of the Toronto Open Data and Civic Tech community. We thank everyone for their assistance in ensuring that the City of Toronto walks the talk on its smart city and innovation commitments. We really hope that we can help accelerate the work that Ian Williams and his team at the Toronto Police Service have been able to accomplish over the last couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. And there, I think, maybe some questions of you by Councillor Ainsley. And I should also point out, Mr. Williams, just in terms of when we get to questions of staff, is here in this instance from the Toronto Police Service to answer questions on this matter. As a take from the previous one, where we're not having any success at the moment reaching Mr. Teschner. So we may have to put that over, but we'll see. Councillor Ainsley, did you have questions of Mr. Richardson?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Tory. Mr. Richardson, can you explain a bit about the attachment that you submitted around Toronto Police Open Data Charts on page 3 and 4? You have some large blue blocks on both pages.
Yeah, so this actually comes from the Toronto Police link at the bottom of pages 3 and 4. This is what they have posted on the public safety data portal as of today. So there are the 33 different data items that are listed there. Only the ones that sort of have the blue down arrows in the download open data column are currently available for downloading. And in many cases, the data currency is only for a 5-year period. This is certainly good work. It's better than where we were 4 years ago, but there's a lot of not applicables where the data is not available. And the killed and seriously injured was a good example where we managed to go back and we now have 13 years of data from 2006 to 2019 available. Up until a few months ago, we only had 10 years of data available because every time you added a new year, you dropped the oldest year off the list. So we're very happy with the work that's being done, but there have been lots of motions about budget and other items that we'd like to see added into the open data.
Yeah, and when you say the killed or seriously injured collisions, previously it was only 10 years worth of data, and you said many of these data sets now are only 5 years worth of data. Is that a normal practice when it comes to policing and open data sets?
There's an idea in the open data world called data permanence. So once you've put data out into the world, you append and add to it. You don't remove previous years that may have been available. There was a bit of an early process, and partly it was the way that data was moved back and forth between transport and the police service, where some of that stuff was dropped. In general, we would like to see, if you release data as far back as, say, 2014 or 2006, then every year you add on to that with the new data, or every month you add on to that with the new data. We don't drop any historical data we've put in the past or published in the past.
And then that leads me, I guess, to my next question. You have a report at the end, or a document, the Police Foundation Executive Report. Is that international guidelines when it comes to policing or open data?
It came out of the Obama administration as part of their police data initiative. So it's very much a sort of a North American standard, US standard. We don't really have one in Ontario. Ontario has, I think, 70-something police services individually. There's it's a good overview at this executive level. There are also 5 supporting documents in it. On the page 3 of that document, they have a really good definition of what is open data. And I think just really talking about the permanence of the data and having whoever comes in as the new chief, whoever is on the police services board, just really understanding these fundamental data permanence, data quality, data granularity questions to improve on the good work that the police analytics team has already started to do. They just need a bit more encouragement.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Thank you, Mayor Tory. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Any other questions for this deputant? Okay, well, that is our only deputant, and that would then bring us to questions of staff. And Mr. Williams is here from the Toronto Police Service if there are questions to be asked of him by Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. Thank you, Mayor Tory. Through you, Mr. Williams, I'm really trying to get some clarity here. As the deputant mentioned, I was at that police board meeting almost 4 years ago, asking about open data in the Toronto Police Services. You now have your own open data portal, which I continue to struggle with. I don't understand the police department's or the police services reluctance to transfer data from that portal over to the City of Toronto portal. That's my first question. It's been 4 years, 2 administrative inquiries. This report was supposed to be for us at the executive committee last September. It was delayed to the first quarter, and it's here now. So I'm really having a lot of trouble understanding the reluctance of the Toronto Police Service to post data sets properly.
I think we're very open to, pardon the pun, providing that data to the city. And in fact, now that the city has the portal that they've recently set up, which is quite robust and includes, as you'll know, some very formalized processes to integrate other data sets. We've gone through the steps to complete all of the metadata that's required to post new data on the city's portal for all of the data sets that we have available presently, and we will continue to do that moving forward. So at this point in time, we've actually completed all of that formalized documentation, provided it to the city's open data team, and we will undoubtedly continue to improve that process as we go forward. I think now that we are familiar enough with how to integrate our systems, that we're going to see increases in that going forward. And so I would say that I think we're very happy to continue that. And as Mark mentioned, increasing the number of data sets in totality is also part of one of our major objectives as we move forward as well.
Okay, so further, Mr. Williams, I guess I'm trying to understand. So the City of Toronto data portal, it's not something new. It actually existed before the Toronto Police Service created theirs. And what I was at the Toronto Police Service Board in 2016, and your chair at the time, Andy Pringle, said he was fully supportive. And then 2 years later, you created your own open data portal. So you haven't really reinvented the wheel. You're not really complying with what the city council is asking you to do. And you still only have 15 of 33 data sets available. So I guess I'm trying to understand when you expect you're going to fully comply with city council directives and when you're going to have the full 33 data sets available and updated on a regular basis in the proper format as city council requested.
That's a continuous process for us. As Mark mentioned in his report, we've got 15 of those 33 in machine readable format. as you'd expect within other city processes as well, there are data systems that aren't inherently designed in order to meet some of those requirements. We're working on those same issues as well. One of the examples that we've just discussed is the traffic safety data, so that KSI data set, which is in fact a joint effort between us and the traffic services group with the city. And that's been an ongoing process, a lot of manual effort required to make that data set as reliable and useful for decision support as it is. And that is one of, I would say, the foremost used data sets within that portal. And there's mutual benefit in working with the city on that as well. And so we put, I would suggest, a lot of the effort in releasing the open data into that set in particular. You'll probably also notice that our homicide data is very robust. So that's over a decade of information as well, and a data set that is highly usable from understanding the implications of a crime such as homicide in the city. And so we've taken large steps, in my opinion, to moving in that direction. Unfortunately, some of these systems, there's not just one place to go and extract this data to make available in an open format. We have to go across a number of systems. As you'll probably know, just a short number of years ago, we changed our records management system, about 5 years, in fact, which is why you tend to see that 5-year timeline for those data sets. Before that point, we had a different records management system. And as you'll see on the portal, and as you'll see as we integrate with the city's portal as well and making that data available, that the number of years will accumulate over time. And as we go back and be able to bring in that historical system data, we are endeavoring to do that concurrently.
That was the final question to Councillor Ainsley. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there others wishing to ask questions on this matter? Okay, then that can bring us to speakers. I'm sure Councillor Ainsley will want to say a word, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. I am going to move a motion, sorry I haven't sent it to the clerks, that the Toronto Police Service report back to December 9th, 2020 Executive Committee meeting on their progress on establishing or moving their open data sets to the City of Toronto Open Data Portal. I'm moving that motion. As I mentioned earlier, and the deputy mentioned earlier, happy anniversary. I first went to the Toronto Police Service Board in 2016 for what I thought was a fairly easy request to look at them moving their information to an open data format to the City of Toronto Open Data Portal. Here we are 4 years later with only 15 of 33 data sets made available to us, which in all honesty is unacceptable to me. And that was my first time at the Toronto Police Services Board. I've been there 3 times making that request. I've moved motions at City Council. I've moved 2 different administrative inquiries. They were supposed to report to Executive Committee last September. They were unavailable. They asked me to move it to the first quarter of 2020, which I did. They blew through that deadline. It was only when I said I was going to be moving another administrative inquiry at council, which I did at our last meeting, that all of a sudden I was told they had a report submitted or it was on its way to Executive Committee. So it's been a very frustrating process, 4 years long. I'll give them credit for putting up 15 of 33 data sets, but I still have a lot of trouble. The cumulative data sets and the prodding that I've had to do to get those 15 there, to get, for example, the killed and injured one, putting information up and then taking it down, which is not how open data is supposed to be run. So I hope when they come back in December that they have made a much substantial progress compared to what I'm seeing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Are there any questions of the mover? Okay, anybody else wishing to speak? Well, I will just say this very briefly. I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I set the clock so I'm being fair to reset. There we go. I will just say that I want to concur in saying, and sometimes you have to be critical, and I'm a member of the Police Services Board, so I can take some of the responsibility for myself, but I think that while there's been progress made, and that's been acknowledged very fairly by Councillor Ainsley and catalogued to some extent by Mr. Williams, we have to do better than this. And I do feel that the winds of reform and change that are going to come across the police service and the Police Services Board will help with this, because I think it is really, if you think about it, something that is tied into transparency with respect to the budget. That information should be available on a more open basis, and now will be. The Auditor General, subject to some extent to the province agreeing on a more permanent basis, but we've already invited her to be a part of reviewing the expenditures of the police service and how it goes about spending its money, not from the standpoint of how they do policing, but rather just looking at it from a financial point of view, because if we're trying to reduce the budget, one of the places to start is with just trying to do things better. And I would say as well, Mr. Richardson well pointed out that the cost savings potentially available to us from having other people, I mean, the purpose of open data in part, more so even than transparency, is to allow people who are experts in one area or another, or just people who are clever, to take that data and help you to do your job better, or help you to find a process that's more efficient or effective, or to innovate in some way or other. And the more people that have access to that data through the open data portal, the more people that will come up with ways in which we can police better from the standpoint of efficiency and cost, as opposed to some of the other changes that we're deliberating upon. So I just want to also say thank you to Councillor Ainsley. He has been to the Police Services Board more than once. He has been probably more patient than he should have been. But as I say, some of us have to accept the responsibility for that too, because there was no question as to what he thought should be done and what Council said it wanted done, to the extent Council has a voice in these things. So thank you, Councillor Ainsley, for being persistent. Thank you to Mr. Richardson, who's been to the Police Board more than once. And I think the Police Board and the police service, with Mr. Williams having done a lot. If you look at the amount of data, not necessarily through open data, but just data that is now put up on the police services portal and website, in terms of just basic information people often want to know or should know, we've come a long way. But we come a long way from a start that was about 10 feet underground, and I think now our head's just above the ground, but we've got to be standing up tall before too long. So thank you to all that are making the progress, with more to come. Ready then for the question here, which was, I guess, on Councillor Ainsley's motion. Do we have that now? Okay. This is asking for a further report from the police by for our December 9th, 2020 meeting, and on the progress made, which hopefully is that it's done, but that's an editorial comment. Any further comments to be made? Then otherwise I'll call the question on this. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Mr. Williams, thank you very much for being here and for your patience. Now, I'm assuming, I'm just going to check my phone here to make sure that Mr. Birnbaum hasn't found Mr. Teschner. He says not. He's tried him twice and hasn't found him. So can we agree to defer this matter of number EX 15.18 to our next meeting?
Yep,
all right,
I'm fine with that, Mayor.
And just if we could make a note, if the clerk could make a note that somebody be reminded, even if it's in my office, to phone the police service board or the police and ask them to have somebody available to answer questions. Okay, that then takes us to 15.21. That's our last item of the day. And before we have comments from members and questions, we do have a deputant, and that's Miroslav Glavich. So, Mr. Glavich, if you're still with us, it's your turn.
You can hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good. As Councillor Ainsley is fully aware, when I started making deputation many years ago, I asked him to make electronic participation, digital participation online with Skype. Skype was the latest thing back then. There was no Zoom or this WebEx. I fully support this because a lot of people can't make it. What's the average amount of people that come to City Hall for the meeting before COVID? how many of Councillor Pasternak's or Ainsley's constituents can all spend an hour plus driving PTC to go for meetings, for constituents, for meetings. You can reach more people, and if it's also on an accessibility issue too. It's much easier for people with certain disabilities to be, when they're home and in front of the computer. They don't have to book a wheelchair, which is a pain in the rear end, and to come down. How many people from Councillor Nunciat or Councillor McKelvey are going to come to City Hall? The average number of people at the meetings is below 30. If you get 30, it's like, unless it's a special item or whatever, and one recommendation that you could do is this Councillor Ainsley sits at the library board. A lot of people don't have computers because of financial reasons or whatever. You could have a room booked there, so in front of a computer at a library branch to speak. A lot of people have children to take care of. They can't make it to City Hall with the digital electronic participation. More people can actually participate, and not just City Hall meetings, committee meetings. When you have community meetings, the annual budget committees, as many of you councillors do, there's more participation available online. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glavich. Any questions of the deputy? Okay. Questions of staff? Okay. Speakers? Okay. Well, I think the staff have done a good job of doing something here that is a kind of a holding position while they do further study. And so I guess we're ready then for the question on the staff recommendation. Okay. Sorry, somebody wanting to speak there? Okay, a staff recommendations going forward to council, and I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, I don't see any other business. Is there any other business anybody has to bring before the executive committee today? I have had it confirmed to me, by the way, a little better late than never, but that the police will be available on that item, Councillor Ainsley, next time. So somebody's tracked somebody down over there, and we'll
thank you, Mayor Tory.
And I thank you all very much for your patience with the technology, which worked out well today, and I'll thank staff very much for managing that very well. I think we heard from everybody we needed to hear from, and so we will bid you adieu until council next week. I'm sure we'll be chatting before, but we'll declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you.